You're one of them, aren't you?
No. I'm something else. There are worse things out tonight than vampires.
Like what?
Like me.
Blade.
Fucking epic. That's just, the videos you put together for the beginning are just so good.
Oh, thank you, man. I do my best, man, because we've got to sell Blade. Blade is too epic. We've got to, we have to.
On its 20th anniversary. Can you believe that shit? It's older than you by like a couple of years. You weren't even a thought when this movie came out.
No, I wasn't. August 21st, 1998, Blade.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was, I guess, 1998. I was 10 years old when this movie came out. So.
Still a kid, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got a lot of guests today, so I think I'm just going to get right into that. So let's see. Who do we have first here? Yes. Returning to the stream, hailing from an era when franchises were protected and gatekeeping was expected, we have the Golden Age Geek. How are you today, my friend?
No, I'm very excited to be back on the show. The last stream we did talking about the Batman was very enjoyable. I loved hanging out with you guys, and I'm looking forward to this one.
Likewise, man.
This one might be a little bit more frantic. We got a lot of guests today, so it might be a little bit everyone kind of jumping in with ideas and stuff. But let's get the next guest. Who do we got next? Here we go. This is the hardest working man you haven't heard of yet. He's a screenwriter, filmmaker, novelist, award-winning playwright, and in 2022, I heard that he was voted the UK's 33rd millionth sexiest man alive or dead. So we have Lance from the Outcast Creative.
I take issue with that. I think it was the 37th millionth.
How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. Just want to say thanks very much for having me on the channel. Really chuffed, and I'm loving doing this YouTube thing, which has been really good for me. Personally.
Yeah, we had a nice little crossover earlier in the week when I was on your channel for a Dread stream. So we kind of got like this. Yeah, we got this 90s comic movie thing going on now.
Yeah, and this is one of my favorite vampire movies of all time, and definitely my favorite Wesley Snipes movie of all time. Not that there's too many to choose from in that category, but
well, it was mostly this was like his people's intro to him as like a real action star, like in terms of like a leading man.
Yeah, this is the film that made him cool, I think. In my view,
and I think it's also the movie that made him go nuts as well. So
yeah, that's also possibly true. I could maybe talk about some stories about that later.
Listen, we still have Blade 2. Blade 2 is the best.
I personally like Blade 2 better, but we'll get into that a little later. Let's see. Let's bring in the next guy. Who do we have next? We have yes, we have. He's also a director, and I hear that he wears an odd number of socks in bed. I'm not really sure where he puts the third one. It hasn't been explained to us yet. But we have the mega geek, Ian David Diaz.
That bloody Ryan Johnson! I tell you, I'm gonna have words with him.
Yeah, I love that. Last I checked, he had you up to like 47 socks in bed or something like that. It was like an insane amount.
Yeah. Well, that's good to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah. No, Blade's a really good movie. I remember watching it when I watched it in the cinema. I don't know about you guys because you're quite young.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't see it in theaters.
I saw it in the cinema, Camden Screen 1. Odeon.
Was that re-release or did you see it when it was released?
When it came out in 98. I was something years old back then.
Well, there you go. So me and you, I guess.
We're the oldies in the chat.
yeah, I guess. But experience always counts.
Well, we do have one more guest, and actually, it's hard to tell how old he is. We don't know if he's the oldie because he's a robot. So, he is the golden reach around droid of choice. We have Z3PO.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on the show.
I had to put you in last because you are the hardest person to follow with your intros a lot of the times because you'll say something. This time you were a little tame. I'm a little upset with you, Z.
Oh, the evening's only just getting started. I have a pint of vodka waiting for me at the side here, and we'll get progressively drunk as the show goes on.
I couldn't top that sexy voice, so I'm glad he came in last.
Well, usually, whenever we're on Brownie streams and I have to come up after Z and he's got something great to say, I'm usually like, my lead-in is just me laughing my ass off, and I'm just like, I don't even remember what I was gonna say.
Just don't mention the word billion, otherwise you have to take your headphones off if Z has
billion.
So, you know, not good.
I will do it.
Z's voice box from time to time will go a little wonky. When Uncle Owen is sticking all sorts of things in his orifices.
Oh no!
His voice box a euphemism for something here.
It's always a euphemism with Z.
It can be whatever you want it to be.
Oh, gonna
be
that kind of stream, is it? All right.
Oh, that's I left it unmonetized for a reason. I did not. I don't expect any kind of. I expect this to go south pretty quickly, just like Z quickly. On Uncle Owen.
Oh
no. But so I guess the best way to start these things is always like, you know, I know a couple of us already touched on it briefly, but like what we remember our first time seeing the movie, what it meant to us, all that stuff. I guess we'll start with Golden. We'll go that clockwise.
Well, I was actually talking to Uninspired about this when I first started watching these series of films, because I only saw them around, well, like a month ago now. I mean, I've had the opportunity to watch it, you know, throughout my life, but I've only just decided to go in and watch it. And I thought, I am with most of the panel here, and I do think that Blade 2 is probably the best, the superior out of all three of them. But I think they do provide a very good experience, all three of them. Even Blade Trinity, which gets a lot of hate, I did find a lot of good things in there to enjoy, even if, you know, objectively there are a lot of things that would take away from the film. But no, I absolutely loved it. It reminded me of that sort of X-Men, Matrix, Watchmen type of era of films that we had.
Yeah, well, I would argue that this was probably one of the big influences for the aesthetic for the Matrix.
Oh, for sure.
Like, so yeah, it makes sense that would make you feel that way. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty good that it's nice and fresh for you the first time you saw. So you're getting like you can give us like a real like emotional like feeling toward a lot of these scenes because it was right. You know, it's still new to you basically.
Yeah, definitely.
So Lance, what you actually have a pretty good connection to this film because you have a friend who was on the cast.
Yeah, I'm friends with actor Donald Logue, who played the sort of vampire DJ and was part of Stephen Dorff's or Deacon's gang. I mean, I didn't know Donald at the time I saw the film. I became friends with him in, I think it was around sort of 2006 we met. But I saw the film at the cinema, like I said, same as Ian. I do remember where I saw it, Odeon Screen 1, which is a pretty decent, big size. It was about a group of about 6 of us that went. And I think one of the things I really liked about it was, you know, it was a vampire hunter who had all these cool James Bond gadgets with his weaponry. His weaponry had a very unique style. His body armor had a very unique style. It was very cool, and it was very different to any other vampire film I'd seen. I liked the fact that it had a black lead, which really worked. I'm not familiar with source material or anything like that, but I just saw it simply as a film, and it just really worked for me. The other thing as well is I'm a massive Chris Christopherson fan, so anything that he's in, I'll always go and see. And I really liked Stephen Dorff since I saw him in The Power of One, so I've been following his career as well. So there was just a lot of actors in it that I really liked, and this was the first film I'd seen Donald Logue in, plus Sanaa Lathan. So, you know, it was all good.
Yeah, she was the mother, right? Of it, like Blade's
that's
mother.
right. I'm surprised the film's only got 57% on Rotten Tomatoes, and I only just noticed that now because I rewatched it recently. And I mean, a couple of effect shots aside, I think it's aged really well. Good script, good characters, action's well directed. You know,
Oh, for sure. I think it's aged really well. I mean, Rotten Tomatoes is never a good metric for seeing if a movie.
If it's
is
mid,
good or
if
not.
it's mid on Rotten Tomatoes, it probably means that it's good. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Well, that's a good indicator then. But I just thought it would be higher. I was just a bit surprised, you know.
For sure.
how about you, Mega? What is your what was your experience the first time and all that?
I read the comic. Was it The Tomb of Dracula?
Yes, yeah. Tomb of Dracula 10 was actually the first issue that he was in.
And I remember somebody said to me, "Oh, they're making a Blade film," and I thought, "Oh my god, he's gonna have an afro. He's gonna have that brown coat. He's gonna have that stupid knife."
We should have probably pulled up a picture of what he looked like in the comics. It was very different than what they ended up going with.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can find one real quick. Hold on.
They based him on one of the American actors of the time. But yeah, he was had a big afro and a big mustache, big porn mustache.
So he kind of looked like Shaft.
No, he didn't look like Shaft. Doesn't have a mustache, but yeah. So I just thought, okay, let's have a look. And then somebody said to me, "Oh no, you know the latest comics." I read some of the latest comics. I thought, okay, if he looks like that, it'd be cool. And so I went to see it, and I thought it was really well made movie. I mean, obviously the effects haven't aged. The effects have aged badly today.
Oh, they've very badly aged.
Yes, yeah. But I remember, nobody remembers this, but I'm the only one that remembers this. Me and my brother was watching it in the cinema for the first time, and we laughed so loud. The first scene is the doctor's pushing the mother, and if you notice, the doctor on the left almost falls over.
Yeah,
have you not noticed that? It's so funny. Me and my brother in the cinema, we just laughed our heads off. We thought, "Wow!" Almost fell over, and we just was killing ourselves laughing. But that
Here
was
we go.
a bit.
This is kind of like a good picture of the evolution of what we're talking about here.
Oh
so
my
the one
god!
On the right, the one on the right is
the one on the far right was like the closest. I don't think that's from his actual first appearance issue, but it's the closest there.
I don't think that fluorescent Robin Hood green jacket look would have gone down so well with the movies.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, yeah, if he looked like that, I thought, oh no, that's not good. But yeah, so I really liked it. Me and my brother loved it. We thought it was great. As I said at the time, thought the effects were really good, but now you look at it and it's not very good at all. I mean, Wesley Snipes was Wesley Snipes. Because I remember seeing him in Passenger 57, and I thought to myself, yeah, he'd really make a Black Panther, actually. And I think he was trying to make a Black Panther film, but didn't.
That is 100% true. He actually, the reason why he took this movie, he helped produce it, was specifically because he was trying to get a Black Panther movie off the ground, and no one would bite on it.
Yeah.
I really hate that they forget that this was actually the first Black superhero movie.
Well, also it was the film that actually was one of the most. It was at the time. It was the only successful Marvel film. Yes, all the other Marvel films were huge flops. I mean, Spawn was a huge flop. I mean,
Spawn is Image Comics, but it was a very huge flop. Yeah.
It wasn't Marvel, was it?
Well, they did the Marvel ones they had up to that point were like Howard the Duck, that Captain America abomination with that they did in like the early 90s.
That was directed by a friend of mine, I'm afraid to say. Albert Poon directed that.
Oh, Albert Poon, yeah.
I could tell you some stories about that, but we'll save that for another day.
Also,
I do want to get Z's first impressions in a minute, but go ahead.
So no, I'll just round off by saying it was a really good movie, and after we finished watching it, we was like, we want to see this again, because in those days it was. You can come out to the cinema and go and see it again, but
Yeah, Z said Steel in 1997. I was just about to say that, man.
Steel... Well, it was the first Black Marvel led movie, because that was like what they did with the whole.
Yeah, this one was first Marvel.
Yeah, Steel was DC.
Yeah, Steel is DC and Spawn is Image, so it doesn't. But Marvel liked to tote that it was there first with Black Panther. But let's get Z's initial thoughts on the film.
Well, horror's never been one of my favorite genres. I've never been a fan of these sort of things, or supernatural, or the paranormal. So I didn't get to see it on the big screen. I didn't actually get to watch it until about 2002. This is mainly because my wife had got me into watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel.
Oh,
so I was thinking maybe I'm being a bit too harsh. But it wasn't until I was reading it was actually a Spider-Man article in Total Film Magazine that they actually referred back to Blade as being the first Marvel movie, and I always thought, it's a bloody Marvel movie. Wow, absolutely amazing. I'd actually been a small collector of Marvel back in the 80s and 90s, and I'd never come across Blade before. I
This
was
guy has a
mostly
good point right here.
Spider-Man, X-Men, and Daredevil. But I mean, I watched this film again today. It's iconic. It's got all the story beats of a graphic novel, simple plot, simple villains, and simple motivations. It's the template for the MCU.
Yes,
It's
It really is.
It really is funny because Blade gives no quarter. When he beats somebody up, he literally beats somebody up. And what's interesting about Wesley Snipes' performance is that he played it really monotone, didn't he? There was really no kind of emotion apart from when he met his mother, halfway through the film. But I mean, it is what it is, and it still stands the test of time today. And I agree with Z, definitely.
Yeah,
for sure.
It doesn't matter that sometimes a bit cringe or there's a shit ton of continuity errors or massive plot hole you could drive a truck through, and even the shonky CGI. I think that's what makes it great, and it's thoroughly earned its R rating.
It was definitely playing around
yes.
with CGI in a way that not many movies had done up to this point. So like it's almost like a prototype for a lot of the things that would come in the coming years, and then obviously later down the line.
Well, also, it did. Sorry, mate. Also,
go ahead.
It did things that they would never do today. Like, for instance, remember that scene where Frost had that little girl and threw her right across the road?
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry. If I know how Uninspired cuts his slides and stuff, that's in there.
Oh, for sure. That's it. I laughed so hard at that scene. I was like, oh my god.
I do have some problems with that whole sequence, but ironically enough, has nothing to do with him throwing a girl into traffic.
Also, right, Blade gets to punch women in this.
Yes,
and you'll never get that today either.
Yes.
So there's something to put. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I have a clip. I'm gonna say Blade doesn't discriminate if you're a man, you're a woman, whatever.
Vampire, human, somewhere in between. He's punching the shit out of your face.
Yep.
But yeah, so I guess Uninspired, you want to give your quick initial thoughts, because I do want to get into this pretty soon.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm
itching to talk about the movie, like
I know you're itching to talk about the intro scene. I think everyone is, and for me, Blade is something that I watched as a kid, and I just loved ever since, just because it's pretty unique, and it's one of those things where if you want to experience, the 90s in film, it's basically one of the big recommendations that they give you, apart from The Matrix, in terms of action. And as we said before, we can see that, there is a lot of Blade influence in The Matrix, and in stuff like Equilibrium too, that comes later in the early 2000s. But Blade is always a fun watch for me. I had fun watching it twice for the stream, and man, I can't wait to talk about it. I do have some issues with the movie. I do have
there's definitely some
number of issues. Yeah.
But who directed it again? Who directed it?
Stephen Norrington.
Stephen Norrington.
It was like only his second movie or something.
Oh yeah, because he gave up, didn't he? Gave up directing.
Yeah,
like first big budget film, I think.
I think that working with Wesley Snipes drove him a little nuts.
No, it wasn't that. It was the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Oh, that was it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, where Sean Connery drove him nuts.
That was it. Yeah, I know.
Sean Connery. Well, didn't Sean Connery quit acting because of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen too?
He didn't quit.
Kind of.
I think he said he wasn't going to do like certain types of films anymore, because it wasn't like a total quit. It was just like he didn't want to do any adaptations or something like that, because he felt they were all garbage.
I mean,
that whole shoot was a nightmare of claustrophobic proportions. It was everything that could go wrong on that movie went wrong.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was it Last Crusade that got him out of it, because he wanted to retire, didn't he? So Last Crusade was the thing that got him back. He only came back for a bit, or did he make that before?
He made that. No, Last Crusade was what, early 90s, I think.
Can't remember.
The Last Crusade was before this.
Yeah.
Actually, quite a few years before.
Yeah, I don't think the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen came out till like 2000 or something like that. Because that was when they were trying to latch on to anything because it had started the flow of comic book movies, and they want anything that they could get their hands on in terms of Oop, did we lose somebody?
Somebody's gone.
Oh, they'll be back.
Well, really yeah, I mean, it's my co-host.
Oh. Someone took him out.
Somebody sent him a ball and he started chasing it. So there you go.
Internet lag. Okay, he's
it is very hot where he is. Possibly
the internet connection. Is unfortunately him dipping out has taken our slides.
Oh no.
Well, there's quite a lot to say about the opening 5 minutes of the movie, so I think between us we could probably get into that.
I'll give my my quick thoughts until he gets back in here, because he's gonna have to load up the slides.
Okay.
But the so my intro for Blade was that I remember first seeing him in the Spider-Man cartoon. That was like my first introduction to him, which came out relatively the same time as this, so he had a very similar look. Up to that point, Blade hadn't really been much of a factor in the comics. He was made by Mark Wolfman, and actually that was a huge Marv Wolfman, sorry. And he had a there was a huge like legal battle about him, because like technically Wolfman wasn't under contract when he invented him, so all of the like the money that was made off the movie, he was basically trying to sue for because he believed that the rights belonged to him. Eventually, then that's why there's a big gap between the first and second film. The second film, I think, came out like 6 years later, which is not super unexpected, because the first film this film was also in development for like 6 years as well. They went through multiple possible actors, and I know that there was a couple of different drafts of the script that originally, like, they were going more specific to the comics, where he was supposed to be British. And,
I think they wanted LL Cool J to play him. I think
that was another one of the.
Yeah, I remember his name being bandied about. I remember that. Not a good choice in my view.
Okay, well, Tur will be back in a few moments, but we could probably just talk about the. Let's see, what does he actually? I don't even know what he has here. This is always bad.
Wesley is the I can't think of anyone playing Blade rather than Wesley. I mean, Wesley still looks good today. I mean, let's face it, right? And I think about 75% of the fighting in that was done by a stuntman. He knows martial arts, but you could easily swap him with somebody, some stunt guy to do the action for him, since he's a man of age now. But facially, he looks the same. He as they say, black don't crack. Do you know what I mean? So, I reckon he can come back and do Blade, in my opinion. But that's just me.
So we'll just talk a little bit briefly about until Uninspired gets back in with his slides. We'll just talk briefly about the intro. So yeah, like you mentioned with the I don't remember exactly who mentioned it with the mother before, but that opening sequence is really like. It gets the ball rolling quickly. You understand exactly what the stakes are, what's going on, and like she's being wheeled in the whole nine into the hospital. And
the doctor trips over.
There's actually several moments in this film that involve hospitals that are a bit not well choreographed. Let's just put it that way. But
it was actually sorry, just slightly cutting off a bit. I actually think it was one of the first movies that used real high octane techno music to actually move with the film as well, which I thought was quite clever.
I've got the soundtrack for it right here. And
because the way the first sequence is directed, when obviously the lady takes him to the club and stuff, it's just slow motion with the credits and stuff like that. It's really well done.
And that was Tracy Lord too.
Who had an interesting career before Blade.
And I mean, we might as well talk about it. I mean, she like basically forged documentation to say she was 18 to get into the porno industry. And there was a whole. I remember that controversy even as a kid. Like that was all over the place about how they had to pull any movie featuring her off of like I guess it wasn't. I mean, the internet was around, but it was really you still had your like X-rated movie like video stores and stuff. They had to pull them all off shelves. It was like if you didn't, you were in violation of child pornography laws. It was pretty insane what was going on at that point. And then she like quit the porno industry like the day after she was the legal age or something like that. to pursue like real like regular acting. It's such a weird career that she tried to forge.
She did a couple of movies with Canon.
Did she?
I think everybody did movies with Canon at that moment in time.
Well, that any name that would get them a few bucks would.
That's right.
And play off the publicity. But I remember people talking at school when I was at school about that scandal, and there was always someone who knew someone who'd seen a video or something. You know, it was like a holy grail, but you never actually saw it.
Well, yeah, I mean that. When it comes to that kind of stuff, it's like it's almost the what do they call that? The Streisand effect.
Yeah.
Where like you tell people not to watch something, so they're more likely to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. As I said, also the beginning. If we're talking about beginning sequence is really well directed, in my opinion. Really well edited as well.
Yeah,
it's lucky. It's the thing that makes me laugh is that, you know, they say, oh, so and so, this film flopped, or Captain America flopped, or the other ones they mentioned, the Marvel films. The reason why they flopped was because the movies weren't good at all. Wasn't well directed, wasn't well shot, looked bad. The photography was awful. I mean, don't even talk about Captain America's costume from that Elton John version of Captain America. It was absolutely awful. But then when you look at Blade, you can see it's well directed, well thought out. Well, the photography is really good in it, and they cast well. And this is the reason why this film made money. It always comes down to how good the movie is. It really does.
I think you've got to say as well that it had the budget to do those things well.
Yeah, the budget wasn't that big.
No, but it had a budget of 45 million.
Yeah,
whereas the Captain America film you're talking about had a budget of like 1.5 million.
No, but money has got nothing to do with it. What I'm talking about is the talent behind the camera. If Stephen Norrington and the people that made Blade made Captain America, I'm pretty sure it'd be so much better than the crap that we got. Because it's the talent. It always happens to be the talent behind the camera. Yeah, a film might flop even if you have talent behind the camera, but it always gets discovered years later, like Blade Runner and other movies I can mention. Do you know what I mean?
I do just want to point out what Princess Fiona said here, that the opening scene still rates one of the best amongst title sequences.
Yeah.
It gives you all the information you need right up front. It explains that, you know, she's because like that's the thing is with certain heroes you don't need to worry about that. Everybody knows Superman's origin. Everybody knows Spider-Man's origin at this point. You could kind of, even though they keep telling it, it's like you kind of need to get that information quickly to the person about someone like Blade. And it basically it does a couple of things. It sets up about his origin. It sets up a twist later, which is great. When you can accomplish those two things at the same time is fantastic. It shows, I mean, there's a lot of blood in the first scene, so it sets the tone immediately. And they utilize a lot of their camera tricks right up front. This movie is one of the better ones at using like jump cuts that I've seen over the years, where it's like it doesn't look too choppy.
No, it's, no pun intended as well, but they also didn't labor the point about the origin story. It's straight in with all the information you need, and then we're straight into the first sequence really quickly. And you've got also that really eerie title sequence with the shadows draining from the city into darkness. So effective.
Mm-hmm.
I love all of that.
But also, just going back, say about the way movies are made. It's as I said, when Blade was released, the critics were really hammered it, and just no story. They were saying there's no story. It's an awful film. Blah blah blah. I think a few critics gave it good reviews, but there were more critics that slammed it than critics actually saying it was a good film. And that just goes to show, don't it, the politics of yesterday, politics of today, whatever. I think if you're going to see a film today, you should listen to no critics, don't listen to anybody, just go and see the film and make your own mind up. Do you know what I mean? So, who said that Blade got how much on Rotten Tomatoes?
57%.
Unbelievable. The film is
I agree.
An iconic movie. Why has it got that? See, I'm just saying, politics plays into it, doesn't it? Really.
Roger Ebert gave it a thumbs up back in '98, which is surprising.
If I recall correctly, as I was reading some of the reviews, I think he said it was something that was really fresh for the time, something along those lines. Any minute now, the Uninspired Reviewer will be here with his slides. Golden, you've been a little quiet, but what do you
He's
think of
having
the
an oil
opening
bath.
sequence? I mean,
Well-
at this point, I just want to point out that Blade really stands for British lads. How did I say it before? It was like British lads are definitely everywhere in this stream. That's all we got.
I'm half Danish, so you need to add something.
Well, I think the
yeah.
openings.
Bladed.
Golden, go ahead.
Well, I do think, again, I agree with most of the panel on this, is that the opening scene really does set the precedent for the rest of the movie. And the one thing that, having only just effectively seen this movie, and I can compare it more easily to the movies of today, having watched, the two in the same sort of era of watching a movie from back then, and then alongside all the other entertainment we get, is that I think what Blade also does well is that it's unapologetically in love with the action and the gore. And there isn't so much of focusing on the drama up front. You do have those character elements and those character moments of tension and anger and feelings towards all of them, with the sort of father-son dynamic and things like that. But what it does is it really masks all that within the action. So there's always something to watch on the screen. As we mentioned, the opening after the hospital scene with the blood sprinklers and the techno music that goes behind it, it really does amp everything up. So the film, in a way, feels like it's providing you with all of these moments that force you to think, right, now here's the action, because I have the music, I have the visuals, and then you have the fight scenes, which do bring together all of those characters. And instead of, like nowadays, we'd have an exposition dump or just dialogue heavy scenes, they do incorporate all the physicality of what the characters are doing, the actors, and it really shows you visually everything and how it melds together.
Agreed. Definitely. It's, that whole opening scene, once we get the slides, there's certain parts that I want to point out, especially like the I don't think he's actually named, but the character who's like the human that's being brought into this situation, it tells like a really quick story of like not under, like, for the audience to go from, it's almost like he's like a vessel for the audience to be like, okay, I just saw some weird stuff, but I'm just gonna go along with it. Then it gets extremely weird. Then it gets dangerous for him. So it's very it tells a micro story that the audience can relate to right off the bat. I think that's what you were kind of going with there a little bit.
Well, where was it shot?
That the opening sequence?
Yeah.
I know that a lot of the scenes were shot in I don't know if that specific one, but a lot of scenes were shot in like an old shampoo factory or something like that.
Yeah.
That they had repurposed as a like a movie studio.
Yeah.
Z, how about you about the opening credits and sequence?
Yeah, I mean, it tells you everything you need to know. It's an origin story in a compressed and exciting format. Everything that you know about the character and what's happened just presented right in front of you. It just hauls you straight into the action, which is absolutely fantastic.
And yeah, it's definitely, I can only drag this out as long as possible.
We'll help you, don't worry.
I'm currently looking up Tracy Lords with Safe Search off.
Yes, please do it the same.
That'll bring a ton of responses.
Well,
I've got to say, actually, she's pretty good in this.
Yeah, she pretty much she's not in much of the movie either. She's only in like maybe a total like 10-15 minutes of the film. And they it's funny because like some of the names they throw in the opening credits are like barely in the movie at all, which is something you don't see that often. Like I saw like I hadn't seen it probably in I don't know the last time I watched it before this past week, but I like usually when you see a name in the opening credits, at least back then, they actually mattered to the film. They weren't just like a spot like that. That was usually reserved for the end credits. So they just like front and center threw her name right up there. I think she was like the 5th name in the credits, and she's barely in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what more you could say about the opening sequence. I mean, it's really well.
I'm gonna
edited
keep
and
talking
stuff.
about the opening sequence until
so-
Inspired is here. How about
But-
that blood, huh? What about that blood?
Well,
that
I
they
can
had?
tell you that. I can tell you that story that Donald told me if you want.
Oh yes,
Remember
please,
about the
please tell
sprinklers?
that story.
Well, they shot it with multiple cameras because, of course, once they put the sprinklers on, everybody was going to get completely soaked, which meant a complete reset with costumes, hair, makeup, the works. And then you've got scenes where people are moving through, so there were steady cams and things. Problem was that the ground was so slippery that half the crew went flying everywhere when they tried to move. So I think they did do a complete second reshoot and had to mark out a section of the floor where they could move where the floor would be dry, which was not as you watch the sequence. There's stuff coming down everywhere, so it was really difficult to control where it went. The other thing that became really distracting for the mostly male crew members was the fact that all the female actors got their clothes stuck to their bodies, so it all became quite distracting for people, and
But that
people
really
weren't too focused.
Oh, Uninspired is back. Thank
He
you.
is.
God,
We can start.
My PC legit just froze and then went off. I was like, "What the fuck is going on, man?"
I will say
Jesus
this
Christ.
while you get all that set up, the little story that you just told, Lance, it does actually play pretty well because like there's always been a sexual element to vampirism in films and literature.
In modern films.
No, even going back, it was always like Dracula was always like this, you know, like he could tempt women and stuff with his like gaze. So like the fact that the opening scene is so sexually charged really plays into that whole vampire concept. And that's something that actually not as much as the beginning, but it does play a factor throughout the film. Whereas like the there's this like kind of like hedonistic nature to the vampires, whereas Blade keeps his a more stoic way. He has an attraction to a woman, but he never really shows it.
Yeah,
almost like he's trying to not give into that. It's another separate little side story for him.
The guy that Tracy Lords is leading into the club, by the way, if there's any fans of The Shield, that's Kenny Johnson from the cop show The Shield.
Oh, okay. I didn't. It's like a blink and you miss it moment with that guy. Like most of the time he's in. So it's and most of the scenes he's in are pretty dark. Like
it's one of his first acting roles because I mean he nearly gets eaten pretty soon, doesn't he?
So yeah. I guess let's just get into the slides.
Thank God. Yeah. Hi, chat. My apologies. My PC died. So
you're back. Yay.
No, it was. I think it was. Mahler might have. Right when you went out was when they started their EFAP 24-hour stream. I think he just killed. He was trying to kill this. He was
man.
Like,
they put.
They're gonna steal people from me. Gonna steal. They're gonna steal like 6 people from my stream. I can't be having that.
It was a bit pretentious, wasn't it? The first slide, a Stephen Norris picture.
Yes,
I mean,
Stephen
what the
Norris
fuck?
picture. Well, I mean, he didn't really have anything to his name by then, did he? To say that it is a proper,
This was his second film. His first movie was a low budget kind of indie cyborg film called Death Machine. It was all set in an office and air vents.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, but bit crappy. But there you go.
I think you're right.
So you could probably just go through them fairly quickly on this because we talked about this pretty much ad nauseum.
All right. All right. So yeah, the little detail here is that she has a C-section to remove Blade, which comes relevant later. It's a small detail, a small throwaway line that becomes relevant a bit later that I'll probably point out if anyone doesn't.
Is that the same woman at the end?
Yes.
This one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because she looks very different.
Well, her hair is totally different toward the end.
No, but I don't know. Her face doesn't look like the woman at the end. Oh, well, never mind.
Well, she's not. She's supposed to be dying here.
No, facially, she looks like a very different woman.
Yeah, she has a different nose, I think.
Yeah. It might not even be her. It might be somebody else. So maybe somebody should check on that because she doesn't look like the woman at the end. She does not.
She doesn't.
Yeah, I was just looking up some images and the mother at the end of the movie, her face looks more sort of oval shaped as in comparison to this more sort of rounded face.
Yeah. So
I mean, they could have been just doing that. They could have added some sort of prosthesis to her face to make it look more like she was like heavier from pregnancy. That's a possibility.
That's true.
I don't know. Also, she's lighter in skin wise than.
Well,
yes, I know the light's on there, but even on the picture, on the thing, her skin's very light, and so it makes me wonder whether it's the same woman who played her at the ending.
No, it's the same actress.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They may have also been going for the fact that she's being her blood has been drained, so she would be paler.
I know that.
Paler, but
facially wise, she looks like a very different actress to the actress that played her.
I still see the same person. I might just be racist, though. I don't know.
I think it's just the way that they've lit her and the angles of this scene, are very kind of intrusive as opposed to what we get later on.
Yeah, that's what Princess Fiona's pointing these same things out.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because on this angle, she looks way more than the person. Yeah, she's dying from blood loss.
There's also that.
Well,
and here, Stephen Ransom, who I believe followed me on Twitter earlier today. Vampirism makes you sexy, so that might also have something.
I'll have to try that then.
Yeah, that
works. See if it works for me.
Might bring you up to like the 22nd millionth.
Mate, I'm aiming for that. I'm aiming for the 22nd million.
But yeah, it could also be that they're like playing up the like sexiness factor of vampirism as well later on.
Go ahead, Z.
Well, she's reaching out for Blade, who's being handed to her, but it looks like the pregnancy prosthesis is still in place.
Yeah, it does a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
After he's been delivered by C-section, which it shouldn't.
Well, there would still be a placenta there, so the stomach wouldn't immediately just fall completely down.
Yeah, but a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it might have just been a time-saving thing as well.
Yeah,
probably. They just shot it in the same thing.
It's sort of cut off, so maybe they were like, people just won't notice.
Yep.
Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes.
Wesley Snipes.
All right, let's go. Second name?
Stephen Dorff.
That sounds a bit less,
They didn't get on, did they? Stephen Dorff and Wesley Snipes.
No, they didn't.
No.
Blade. He actually, after a while, he only wanted to be referred to as Blade. But Wesley Snipes like tried to coach him through the film, basically. Like he was like, "Oh no, you have to do it this way, this way." I think Stephen Dorff was a more seasoned actor too, so he took like a offense to it.
Yeah, and then
they weren't talking by the end of the movie.
I mean, I think it's quite apparent, especially near the end of the movie, because there's a lot of and maybe this is the case if they shot the last part of the movie last, which I'm not sure of, but there are a lot of stand-ins instead of the actual actors, even when it comes to like basic action stuff. So yeah, I'll dissect a bit that later. But one thing that I wanted to add is that this part is pretty cool because of the lighting stuff that it does.
Yeah, somebody had mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, so we rarely see day as it is during the movie, and I just like this this entire sequence of.
My friend Donald got a billing at the front, which was. I was chuffed for him.
Well, he was definitely like I would argue that he was besides the two leads. I mean, he was definitely in the top of the next tier. Him and Chris Christopherson were very much on like the same level of importance on the respective sides.
Yeah, I think this was before The Patriot came out with Mel Gibson, though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I forgot he was in that.
Yeah, he had a really big part in that. When that really put him up there after.
Yeah, Patriot was 1998. Yeah,
I definitely. I one of my dreams with this channel, and I definitely will do it. Is I want to do a.
You want to have Mel Gibson on?
Well, no, I want to have an America versus Britain Patriot panel, like where.
Got to get me on that. I've got two friends in the Patriot because I know Jason Isaacs as well, and he told me loads of stories about when they were filming that.
Yeah, just like basically like just have like a really America side of the panel. I guess France too, because France.
Yeah,
and then like the British side of the panel, and just everybody just argue the whole time. Just go real Friday Night Tights about it, just yelling over everybody.
I'm there. Count me in for that.
I don't know. I'll work that in eventually.
All right, and so now we're basically at night, and this is the the couple that we're following, and man, this dude is
an idiot.
I wouldn't really say an idiot.
This guy is definitely thinking with the wrong head. That's for damn sure.
I think a lot of people would have followed Tracy Lords into a meat locker back then. I'm going to say that in his defense.
But like, this is the sequence here that makes me. You can clearly see that's a human body.
Yep.
Like anybody with eyes can see that's a human body, and he goes, "What the hell was that?"
Well, he's a bit distracted, but even then, you know, look at the next one. You can still see it in the back, and he's still staring at it. So I would say that maybe there's some shady shit going on. I'd be like, oh no. But nothing as vampires would pop into my head. I just say that they'd probably like try and harvest my organs or something, you know?
Yeah, I definitely a huge red flag would have 47 minutes.
I think he was slightly high.
Thinking below the waist, unfortunately.
Fiona, unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties.
We did. And so ladies and gentlemen, right now we're going to enter one of the best opening sequences in cinema history.
Just because that guy kind of looked like what the hell, the self-improvement speaker. I can't remember his name.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Oh, what the hell's his name?
I have no idea.
He does the really expensive big talks with the gold, silver, and platinum tickets and all that bullshit. Yeah. It'll come to me, but yeah.
Tony Robbins.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Not a fan.
Never heard of him.
What's his name?
Avi Arad.
I heard that he's a real pain to work with. He knows nothing about nothing, and
he's the reason why Spider-Man 3 sucked.
Yeah, so he comes up with stupid ideas, and because he's a producer, everybody has to listen to him and kiss his feet. But I know Sam Raimi was really pissed off with him because he did not want Venom in the last movie. Yeah, but he insisted, and then that's why the movie bombed.
How will Marvel race swap an already black character?
And also, what's interesting is that he's such an idiot that now he's on the side of the best Marvel stuff, like the latest Spider-Man movie and stuff like that, because he's not part of the actual Marvel itself, is he? He's Sony side.
Yeah, he's Sony side Marvel. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he's always been Sony side Marvel. I don't know. Was Blade? Blade was New Line Cinema. So
yes, it was. Yeah.
New Line was Warner Bros at the time, right?
I think New Line was interested in it because it was veering towards horror. So they just saw it as a horror action thing. That's
Later on, you even see like a brief glimpse of them. Someone's watching Mortal Kombat. It was like which was also a New Line Cinema movie.
The woman who supervised the music for Blade also supervised the music for Mortal Kombat, and it's got that very similar kind of style of high energy dance, almost violent kind of vibe.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, really suits the tone of the movie.
Z, I haven't heard from you in a while. Let's get you involved.
Yeah, I love the music in this. There's so much that you can compare to The Matrix. It's not even funny. Some tracks actually have almost the same beat as other tracks from the Matrix soundtrack, and you feel right at home in this little techno little paradise. I love it.
Well, this scene is very reminiscent of the one from Matrix Reloaded when they have the like party at Zion. It's very reminiscent of that.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, I remember.
I forgot about that.
So here's the thing I want to ask everybody.
Rave.
I want to ask every single person on the panel. You are in this group. You're clearly like feeling out of your element.
Well, especially since the woman pushed you. Basically, the woman that brought you just pushes you
away. So,
away.
Now you see this red goop fall from the ceiling, land on your hand. What is your initial thing that you do? Because his is to put it in his mouth.
I taste it.
I do not taste anything that falls from the ceiling that is at all onto my hand. Everybody else, would you taste it?
I would be out of there in a flash. If there's red dripping from the ceiling from a meat place that I'm in, I'm not staying. I don't care how hot she is.
Well, I hate clubs, so I probably wouldn't even been there in the first place. So there you go.
Yeah, I'm like you, Mega.
I mean, she literally like drags him in by his dick, basically. Earlier, like when they're in the car, she's like
his heat seeker.
Yeah, the heat seeker.
But you know what, though? Seriously, if someone like that was chatting me up and got me in the car, red flags be flying everywhere. There's no way I'm that good looking to attract.
Oh, for sure.
That good looking. Do you know what
I mean,
So
yeah.
fuck that.
You do wear 3 socks in bed, though. So
I do indeed. I do indeed.
I mean, I'm with Mega Geek, man. Because if a pretty girl basically just comes up to me and is like, "Oh yeah, I know a place" and stuff like this, I'd already be very weary. But then she brings me to like a butcher's place, and it's like, no way.
It brings you to a meat packing plant with a hidden club underneath it through the refrigerator. Golden, what would you taste the blood?
Well, like some others, I would hope that I wouldn't find myself in this particular situation, in a club and a meat factory. But, again, if I had that fall onto my hand, it'd be straight to the back door, just out of there, bombing it out of there.
Well, he does try as soon as like he's already kind of trying to find a back door.
No, he was trying to find a drink. He said, "I need a drink," and then
but he's also like you can tell he's also trying to find like an out. Like he doesn't want to be in this situation anymore. He just doesn't know where the hell he is or how to get out of this situation.
Yeah.
What I find interesting is that the whole place was covered in blood, and as he's crawling, he comes up to Blade's boots, and there's no blood and Blade whatsoever at all.
When I was watching too, I don't know if there was a really quick glimpse of somebody, and I couldn't really tell, but it looked like they accidentally put Blade in the opening chop up, and I'd have to go back and find it, but I feel like he was already there and no one realized.
I didn't see that, but maybe might be. I have to look back.
It could have just been an editing error. I do want to before we move on, because this is about to become really bloody. Let's just look at some super chats. They're all from Wayland.
You didn't ask what I would do.
Oh, I thought you said it already. I'm sorry.
No.
What would you do?
I know what I'd say. I'd say Outcast to Enterprise, one to beam up. That'd be it.
So Wayland Basevas has sent us 4 straight super chats. So I want to go through all of them because I love this guy's super chats always.
So kind.
First one is Schindler's wife got lippy and met Schindler's fist. Okay. Inwards or outwards? I'm gonna need clarification.
Is that a belly button question, or
I'm gonna need some clarification in the comments. We'll come back to that one.
Okay.
Helen oh you bitch, or Oliver Clit need attention. The Clit.
I clearly need to keep more of an eye on chat.
No, it's fine. I like this stuff. Do you think vamps keep frozen tams as popsicle? Oh, okay. Now I don't like it so much.
Yeah.
Damn, man, that's a visual I really don't want to see.
Yeah, that is a good question though.
They're not popsicles; they're tea bags.
Would you call them topsicles?
Wayland Basevas, thank you so much for your super chats. But please, can you clarify the inwards outwards one for me in chat so I know what I'm answering?
Yeah, man. And so for coming to the movie, well, it's time for the bloodbath. Are you guys ready to watch the clip?
Oh, yes. I love this scene.
All right,
it's one of the best in the movie.
We're probably gonna get.
What's wrong, baby?
So the blood that's on their face is obviously it's got to be something different, because if blood came from there or any kind of liquid, it wouldn't stay on your face like that, would it? So
the amount of blood that's falling
on
them.
it's all over. Yeah, it would stay on them. For
sure.
No,
that.
Ian's right. They would the key cast were dressed first with I forget what it was, some kind of residue that would look heavy and would stay on the face.
Yeah.
Okay. It wouldn't wash off when the sprinklers were running. He's correct.
So it's a bit weird. When I first was watching, I was thinking, oh, that blood's pretty sticky. Stayed on those people's faces for a very long time.
They look like toffee apples.
It's supposed to
Yeah.
emphasize that it's really thick, and
Yeah.
but that's what caused, because it did start running everywhere, and that's why you had the cameraman was sliding about all over the place, like I said earlier. Caused a few. There was a few broken bones.
Do you think they'd compensate for that? You think they'd know that if there's going to be that amount of blood?
The problem was there were just so many extras and so many. Of course, the extras don't always stay where they're supposed to, and you got 200 people in there, and it wasn't a massive space because they compact it deliberately to
make
it look the vibe that they were going for was like people getting gassed.
Yeah,
in a concentration camp. That's what they wanted to turn it into when the showers happened. You see the showers and you get the imagery. So the whole point is they're cattle to the slaughter. He was trying to go for that. They're corralled into a relatively small area. So the club's location is not as big as it looked.
Yeah,
I will say this, and I knew he gets out of this situation because I had seen the movie before. I still felt like tension while I was rewatching it. Like you definitely feel like the guy plays it very well, like this
he
terror.
does.
And
He does.
And that like immediate relief of seeing Blade. It's like you as the fan, you as the viewer also gets that immediate relief.
What makes me laugh though is that when they're going to attack Blade, they make all kinds of noise or swish their weapons in front. It's like, do you want to telegraph a bit more, love? Do you know what I mean? So it's a bit weird. I mean, obviously you won't get that today. Fight sequences are so complicated and so well done these days. But if this film was made today, I doubt you have somebody screaming with their weapons swooshing it around. But anyway, I mean, the fights are still good in this.
They are good, but this suffers the same problem as a lot of movies do. Is all the villains, they fight one after the other instead of all at once.
Yeah,
and that really starts to become evident in some scenes.
It's mook chivalry.
Yeah, I guess.
Mook chivalry. That's what it's like a D&D term. It's like it's mook chivalry because like a lot of times in D&D it's like all the characters they go turn based. So it's like this one attacks you, that this one attacks you. It's like it's mook chivalry.
Was I going to say? Did Batman came out before this film, didn't it?
Yeah,
He was doing the Batman with his coat, wasn't he? Like flipping it around and as he goes around corners and stuff like that. Yeah, so
probably. I think the one that came out right before this was what, Batman Forever or Batman and Robin?
Oh, Batman and Robin.
Batman and Robin didn't come out yet, I think.
Okay, so it would have been Batman Forever. Would have been the
Batman Forever was out before this, 100%. Yeah,
Batman Forever, 1995.
No,
so
Batman and Robin was 97, so it came out about a little less than a year before this.
Oh yeah, it's true.
I'd just like to say though, this beginning sequence with action, the action doesn't stop until what is it? 20 minutes? And is it 20 minutes?
Yeah, it grabs you by the balls.
Yeah, it really is. It really does push the action sequence. 20 minutes into the movie, it's
and we hadn't had an opening like that in a film, apart from like a Bond movie, maybe in quite a while. In a just another action or even a horror film, there hadn't been an opening sequence like this that I could remember in another movie of this type. It felt very unique at the time.
I mean, what I like the most is the design that they put for the vampires, because most of them have really good eyes. Like their eyes stand out. And so when they're snarling at you and everything like that, they really sell the vampires as these disgusting creatures whenever they're violent, but they also sell them as proper, distinguished people whenever we see them later when they're trying to be, proper. But maybe not Deacon Frost people, but the elders, I guess. I forgot what their name is.
The council, or
the council,
the older council,
The council, one of them looked like Drax from Moonraker. I don't know if you noticed.
I know the one you mean. I know exactly the one you mean. You're right.
One of the things about their eyes, and it also extends to Blade, is that they're always lighter, whether they be blue or brown or whatever. It's like on the lowest end of the spectrum of that particular color, or I guess the high brighter. So that's kind of like a staple. The blue, they get these like really pale blue eyes, or these like really like super hazily brown eyes, depending on the situation.
That's achieved by them wearing reactive contact lenses.
Oh,
by the
okay.
way. Yeah, by the way. So it's
Oh.
and it's very, very effective if done with the right lighting, and as you say, they really do stand out. That's how
Yeah,
they did that.
we'll see. There, I have a slide later on that we'll see the eye standing out properly. But just before showing the clip of Blade killing people, I'm gonna say that the blood rave supposedly required 425 gallons of blood, which is the equivalent of 40 cows or 283 adults, which is down. That's a lot.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yep. So,
like I said, that floor got very slippery.
Mm.
Well, Zodlander, enjoy your D&D game.
Can we just take a minute to appreciate that iconic costume?
Yes,
it is great.
Oh, it's so. I love the body armor underneath it. It's
the giant cobra buckles, the big leather coat, and the iconic sunglasses. There is nothing about this that doesn't say he's a bad mother.
The haircut too.
The best part about Blade is that he's unapologetically knows he's a badass.
Yes,
like that's one of the cool. I mean, he even says it in a later. I'm sure you probably have that clip or something. So I'm not gonna take too much. But like he knows that he's no joke. Like, and that he's feared.
He's a bad motherfucker.
He plays into it. It's like it has that Batman feel to it of like no pun intended with the vampire stuff, but like it has that Batman feel of like he lives off of it, and it feeds him that the people he's hunting are afraid of him.
Yeah, and from the moment he enters that room, every single one of those people is dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even they know that they're dead because they're all like, it's him, it's the Daywalker, it's Blade. You can feel the fear, and so it's basically like cornered animals just fighting for their lives.
Here's a good one. They could have just used 6 Lizzos for the blood.
That's why the blood is so thick.
That instantly tells you the legend of Blade is that everybody in that room absolutely fears for their life when he turns up.
Yeah. The costume designer on this, by the way, was Sanja Mikovic Hayes, and it was her first big budget film. But they went on to do a lot of the Fast and the Furious movies after this, and they did Spider-Man: No Way Home more recently.
Oh,
so
nice.
Very much in demand. Good start for them, I think.
Oh, for sure,
definitely.
And so let me play a little clip here.
Come on, Daywalker!
Wow,
man.
I want to hear from Golden. I feel like I always feel like I gotta like, because Golden is he's a very polite person. He doesn't want to interrupt people, so I got to get him involved.
I do like how when Blade kills the vampires, first it deteriorates all of their skin and then goes for the bone, as if like them in their human form, that sort of disguises sort of the sickening part to them. I think that, and the way where you see the insides, how it sort of goes from a yellowy flash to sort of a green, like they are literally like poison to the world. I think visually and aesthetically that's very pleasing. And also you gotta love how Blade doesn't just use his weapons, but he uses the entire environment. So he's touching all loads of things at their legs, they're tripping over, he's getting the most mundane things, just throwing, it's
He does it in every scene too. He always uses the environment, which is something that is fantastic for a fight scene.
And
whenever you can get
later on in one of the fight scenes,
we'll get to that. Don't worry.
I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, we'll get to that. I'll remember it. Don't worry.
I just think that it's impressive because there's the stunts and there's all the glass and all of this. For example, you do nowadays the glass that they use in stunt scenes or in action scenes would be CGI. For example, take John Wick Chapter 3. The scene where they break all the glass in that gun shop. That all the glass is entirely CG, which actually blew my mind. I thought that it was real, but here
this is clearly sugar glass.
Yes,
clearly break sugar glass.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
you can always tell the difference, no matter how well it's done CG. You can always tell when someone actually hits something.
Yes, that's it. That's for sure. And as we said before, Blade doesn't discriminate. So let me play a clip.
Hey! I'm gonna rip your fucking head off!
So she waited until he shot her in the head. Then she just bent down. Yeah, okay, shoot me in the head now. Yeah.
One thing I do like is, so I had forgotten a little bit. Like, I hadn't seen the movie in probably about 10, 15 years. And when I rewatched it, and then there was times where people were dying and not disintegrating. Yes. It was almost like they used it sparingly, because then they eventually introduced the familiars later, not too long after this. And that kind of accounts for the fact that they didn't have to do that for every single death, which would have started to slowly get boring if it happened every time. So it was a nice way of differentiating, like, those kind of, like, then they could just have regular deaths on screen as well.
It's true. But then, I mean, that does pose a problem where when it comes to the viewer and watching it, so you're just like, oh, so they're just killing everyone. But then you could also say that these are familiars instead of vampires, so it does give that excuse for them as well.
I do like his gun.
When I was watching it, sorry, go ahead, Ian, sorry.
No, just saying I like his gun. That's all I'm saying.
I remember when I was in the cinema at the time, honestly, it just clicked to me straight away that a lot of the security guys were just hired mercenaries working for the vampires, basically.
Yeah.
So I didn't have that thought of, are they going cheap on the effects? It was just like another level of villain, but they weren't vampires.
Yeah, they're basically Quinn's men. So yeah, this is the first time we see him.
Yeah. Quinn is so, like, effectively anybody who's Quinn's man is also Deacon's.
Yes.
It's just very unique the way that the people get killed. You know, when I saw the first guy get shot with the anti-vampire shotgun, I was just watching in the cinema thinking, God, I've never seen vampires dispatched like this. This is so cool.
Yeah.
And that was my immediate reaction, and it stayed with me for most of the movie.
Could you just go back a little bit? One more slide. I love in this scene how he draws the line in the blood, like, you come past this, you're dead.
It's Blade. He has to, man. There is an issue that I'll bring up probably in a few concerning Blade and basically the council and the vampires and all of that. But man, he's just so cool and effortlessly so, which is very good, because you rarely see that nowadays. Maybe the last person we saw being effortlessly cool was probably like Tony Stark, and even he wasn't on the level of Blade, you know.
It's really funny. Yeah. He has to fight.
That was the type of shotgun, by the way.
Big bulky leather jacket. You know, he must have been sweating like hell in that thing, especially with the lights and stuff like that. And
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And he barely sweats in the movie. You barely see a drop.
That is a great shot.
I love that scene.
Could be an advert for dental wear right there.
Come get some veneers.
And, like, this has kind of been like a scene that has sort of been recreated in other films, the, like, circular kill, like, multiple people at once thing. It's this, to my knowledge, this is like the first time this kind of 360 shot in this style was used.
That happened in Predator 2, which I think was before this movie.
Predator 2. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Predator had a weapon when the guys were all trying to track it in that sort of, and they were using the infrared and everything. The Predator had that blade, and it went round 360, went round the room.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So there
I
stand corrected.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, 1990 Predator 2.
Underrated
I like
movie.
It. Underrated. Yeah, I like Predator 2. I really like it.
Vex is here on her second channel.
And the previous shot with him smiling and holding the weapon, it does remind me, and I think they got inspiration from Batman Returns when he gets the bomb out, smiles to the clown, and then with this, smiles, has his weapon out. I think there was a little bit of inspiration there.
I can see that.
It's interesting because if they shot all of this today, most of it would be all CGI, wouldn't it? Most of what you see. But obviously doing it physically is takes a toll, but also, you know, it looks better when it's done physically as well. So,
I want to hear from both Lance and Ian on this, because you guys are both directors. When you do like a 360 shot like this, like a cylindrical 360 shot, like how difficult is this kind of shot?
It's it's all done in the edit.
Okay,
it's a whip pan, so
basically whip pan transition.
and then come back on the left. If you go on the right, you do a whip pan, and you come back on the left. It's not difficult. Yeah, it's not that difficult at all. But
well, I did one that did cause us a few problems. We were in a field, and we set up a whole lot of charges to go off, and we did a 360 revolve, and one of the crew forgot to get out of shot. So
that's not a problem. That's a stupid crew member.
She misheard or whatever, and I actually had to rugby tackle her to the ground. And you just catch us flying out of frame as we went round on this shot. But as all these German tanks are driving past, it's quite funny.
Vex, we went over that thoroughly because we had at one point the uninspired reviewer fell out of and took all of his slides with him, so we didn't have much to talk about. So we talked about Tracy Lords for a bit.
You get done if you do that.
When you get a chance, rewind to the beginning. There's a nice conversation about it.
You'll get done if you do that today. Tackle a girl down because you're not supposed to touch them on set anymore. You're not supposed to touch anyone on set. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Can we give the director of photography, Theo van der Sande,
very good
shout out because it's a really well shot movie. Right after this, they shot Cruel Intentions. He's a Dutch DOP. He's always had a kind of a mixed career with a lot of B movies. He did Volcano, which was a big budget film at the time. That wasn't a particularly good movie. That was just before this.
A lot of people don't realize that when you do a shot like this, you got smoke in the background, you got those fluorescent lights, you got some K thing that's lighting up his jacket. I hate you. I like the way smoke looks, but it's such a pain in the arse on set. You have to get somebody to waff it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Stand there, it's ready. It's
keeping it continuous and at the same level.
Yeah.
Pain.
Yeah, it is a pain, but it looks good on screen though. It takes.
Does it affect the editing process? For example, when you're color coding with the editing?
No. Well, I mean, I guess in the old days, this was all shot on film. So in the old days, when you shot on film, you had the DOP has to know his salt. Do you know what I mean? Today, you can get away with so much with digital.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's true.
You can add or reduce smoke digitally fairly easily now.
Yeah.
Well, there's Donald.
Yeah, it is. So
I like that bit where he does that.
Yeah,
very cheesy.
Such a poser.
Yeah, very cheesy.
So here's one of my main problems with the movie. It's with this scene. So he gets stabbed twice and he doesn't disintegrate. So
they actually they mention that later in the film that you need to aim for the heart or head, or it won't actually it won't 100% kill them. So he it can, but it's not a guarantee. Much like a human, it's not a guarantee.
But hold on. If you burn him, it's going to burn his heart and his head to nothing. So he shouldn't. Technically, he shouldn't be running around.
So I believe that it needs to be with silver, garlic, or sunlight. Not so their bodies can regenerate from literally having their hands cut off and stuff. I mean, he has his hand cut off and it grows back
twice.
Yeah. So I think,
I mean, this is the start of Quinn getting mortally injured again and again and again, which I think is a great running gag in the film.
Yeah.
Also, if you notice, that guy isn't Wesley Snipes; it's his stand-in.
No, it's not. He looks thinner.
Oh, good spot! Good spot there.
Yep.
Did not see that.
He was notoriously difficult to work with on these films, and it got worse.
Not the first one. The second one definitely, and the third.
And the third one, he refused to open his eyes at one point.
Yeah.
Refused to leave his trailer even.
But then they finally got him out. He was laying on the table, and they were like, "Open your eyes," and he's like, "No." So they did. They used CG to open his eyes.
Can we CG his eyes on, please?
My God.
Let's put Stephen Dorff's eyes on him just to annoy him.
I think Wesley Snipes has learned his lesson now, because obviously he went to jail and stuff like that. So he's more respectful now on sets, and he's very grateful. Like I remember a friend who worked on Coming to America 2 said that he was the nicest person on set because he worked with him before, and he said the first time I worked with him he was a complete arse, but on Coming to America 2 he was really nice. He was nice to everybody, did what, stand on his mark, did his thing, and
it's amazing what going to prison will do for you, isn't it?
Well, yes, of course, I guess.
Humble you a bit.
Yeah.
So here's one thing I want to point out. So you could kind of just keep going through the slides a little bit.
For sure.
There. They say later on that they own the police. So like that guy's fucked everything. Either. Yeah, that guy's fucked either way. Like,
well, I don't know if they. Yeah, they probably kill him.
Yeah. But I do like how he kind of checks the neck real quick, and it's like, you know, he sees this guy is clearly not been bit, but he's probably fucked.
Great jump scare in this sequence. Well, not
for sure.
I actually wanted to ask Lance about this. Has Donald ever told you the story about this scene, or do you know the story about this scene with him?
No, tell me.
So he had, I don't know exactly how it happened, but his jaw got dislocated.
What?
In the filming, and it needed to be like basically like they couldn't just pop it in on set. So, and that's not a real hospital they're filming in. That's just a set. So they had to rush him to the hospital in the makeup, like the burn charred makeup with the vampire teeth in, and like they just rolled up to an emergency room with him looking like that. Can you imagine? Incredible. Could you imagine the like receptionist at the emergency room seeing that run in and not be able to talk and be like, "What the fuck? What am I supposed to do with this?"
They should have filmed that and added it into the movie. To be honest with you,
he never mentioned that to me, so I don't know how true that is.
I mean,
I didn't, Vex. I did not work on the film. I have a friend who was in it.
And so so we basically meet Karen for the first time, who's a hematologist, and we see her and Curtis, which is the guy on the right, and they basically have a bit of history together. And so she's studying the abnormality of the blood sample, which is basically Quinn's blood. And so
here, hold on. So I just looked it up. So apparently Donald was in a motorcycle accident 7 years before this film was made.
That is true. Yeah,
which severely dislocated his jaw, and it basically something in the film, or something they did in the film, basically aggravated it, made it pop back out. So that's, I mean, you could double check. You're friends with him. You could double check that. I'm a little shocked he never told you that story.
I told him the story about falling off the bike because he had a big problem with alcohol for a long time, which he's talked about quite openly, and might say he's teetotal now, never drinks. And that happened in his Hallican days, you know, when we're young and we do those kinds of things. And he quit drinking for it, and that was I believe that was connected to that incident as well, that him swearing off the booze for good.
So yeah, apparently that's left his jaw like essentially like easily dislocated, and something happened on the set and they had to take him to the hospital. I mean, you could confirm that with him when you talk to him next time, but that sounds pretty legit to me.
Yeah, he never mentioned that. I'm going to ask him for sure. In fact, I might give him a ring now, so I'm going to mute myself.
if you get him on the phone, see if you can just get him to talk in speakerphone for us.
He'll love that. By the way, I'm live on YouTube. Do you mind?
Drop him a link. He can come on.
That would be insanity.
Yeah, it would. And this is basically like the shot where you see the eyes, and they're just so good. It's a good shot too.
Honestly, it's just the cinematography in this film is like, because first of all, it's always in darkness for the most part, with like ambient light from lamps and stuff. So like right off the bat, that makes the cinematography very important. As Ian can tell you, like these shots are probably much harder to do because of that style. And it always, like, even like a hospital isn't even supposed to look, everything just looks dingy and real, you know. Like
the thing is, to light something like this, you need a crap load of light. So, you know, like a lot of people are under the impression when Alien was shot that they hardly use any light because running around a corridor is dark. No, it's not like that, especially when you're shooting film. You have to have a crap load of light so you can do stuff in post, so you can make it darker or shade or whatever. And I guess there was a lot of light in this sequence as well. So yeah, it's good photography. It's brilliant photography. In those days, DOPs knew exactly what they were doing. They had all their stuff, and and they knew what lights did. And today I meet some DOPs. I throw my hands in the air like I just don't care. They really are terrible.
Well, do you think that
especially
it's
some of the young
because of the shift from film to digital? Do you think
Yeah.
that that's something?
Definitely. I mean, in one ways it's good because if you're doing a low budget film, there's a lot you can get away with. But in the other ways, it isn't because now you have to deal with it in post. Do you know what I mean?
I can echo Ian's thoughts on that. There's a lot of but I can do that zoom in on post, and I'm like, yeah, but I quite like to see it now. And
I always love the term "we'll fix it in post" because you
Yeah.
can't really fix it in post. It's like
Yeah,
you can like make it look a little bit. You can't fix it in post. Like
I called Donald. He said Z3PO still owes me $50, and then he hung up. So
I'm guessing he didn't answer.
No,
Tell him I'll pay him in kind.
He's on set. I just sent him a text, so
Okay.
I'll wait and see if he answers and see what.
So so right now I'm gonna play a clip, which is one of my favorite parts of the movie, and we'll just see.
Motherfucker, are you out of your damn mind?
I love that.
Why
line.
did they aim for his head?
Is that a
why?
scene from the movie, or is that when he's getting arrested for tax evasion? Now,
Here's the thing about the whole. These are the most shoot first cops I think I've ever seen in a movie. They just fire openly with the doctor like right there.
But they're not cops.
I mean,
They're not cops.
Well, yeah, I guess they're
Security. They're security guards, aren't they? Because they don't have a cop uniform.
Well, they're the most shoot first. Like they don't even give a shit that the
Yeah, I
person they're
know.
trying to
Yeah.
protect is right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, I mean, you've gotten the hospital that's under attack. It's weird and stuff like that. And you've had Blade drop a couple of shots already, I guess. And I mean, it's shoot first, to be honest.
Yeah.
And so so we basically have Quinn's character that jumps out the window into an ambulance and just runs away into the night, like a proper vampire, basically. And the funny part is that when he pushes Blade away, he calls Blade a freak. And considering, it's basically the charred walking corpse that calls Blade a freak. I just find that funny.
Well, he's not wrong though, because like by our standards as humans, vampires are freaks. By their standards and our standards, Blade is a freak. He's completely different than the rest of them. He's extremely unique.
I know.
Hold on. So if he's a vampire, he jumps out the window. How come he didn't jump to the next roof like Wesley Snipes did? He just fell.
I think he's still recovering.
Recovering. Fell through an ambulance.
He just fell through the ambulance. Yeah. And so we have the scene of what's her name? Karen is just on the floor, which I don't know. What do you guys think of Blade's decision to take her?
Because of his mum, isn't it? And it didn't make any sense either, because those sequences, obviously he couldn't have seen it because he was being born then. So maybe it's the idea that his mum was in trouble and she was a woman. There's a woman in a hospital. Yeah, maybe it was that. I mean, it's like the thing. It's the Martha thing, isn't it? Martha, your mum's name was Martha too, was it? That kind of thing. But in the context of the film itself, it works. It works.
Yeah, it does.
More so than the Batman and Superman thing. Yeah.
I mean, so we basically got them leaving, and there is, some dodgy CGI here. For Blade's jump, I think the CGI holds up, but when he throws Karen, it's a bit wonky.
I want to take a quick time out here. This is William Blesefis. This is actually real. He's not joking. Bob Barker has passed.
Oh.
Just want to pour one out for my homie a little bit. I think everybody in the United States, at least, watched Bob Barker when they were sick home from school at least 20 times in their life at some point. So, it's sad to hear that, but I didn't want to take this movie about death and vampires in such a sour turn, but everyone now knows.
He lived till 99, which is a pretty ripe old age.
Pretty damn good.
So good innings, Bob.
Do you guys get? I'll let you go in a second. See, do you guys get The Price is Right in England?
We have our own version.
Oh, you have your own version. Okay.
Yeah.
Z, go ahead.
Clips of it had appeared on things like "It Will Be All Right on the Night." So certainly I know who he is, but we didn't get his version of it though.
Z, go ahead with your point.
Did you notice in the scene just before this, when they're trying to get away, that Karen actually mentions that her shoulder's dislocated?
Yes.
Yes.
And Blade fixed it. without her actually telling him which shoulder it was.
Well, I think it was pretty obvious because the shoulder that was dislocated was lower than the other shoulder, so I think it was pretty obvious which one it was. But yeah, I get your point.
I mean, I could say that maybe Blade could recognize just by looking from maybe like expertise on the field. Sometimes it could happen, but because Whistler says that there are other people that hunt vampires too, so maybe Blade has encountered some of them, throughout his life. So it's possible by field experience.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is something that it becomes relevant later on. So
what's interesting is when Blade threw her, he didn't know what was under that tarpaulin. It could have been concrete. It's like,
well, I think it's like she's kind of dead either. Damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of moment. Exactly. It's like she'll die over here or she'll die over there if that's the case.
Yeah,
it would have been fun if she'd hit concrete and he was just standing there going, "Oh shit!"
Fun for who?
So yeah, then this is Blade bringing her back to, and we see Whistler for the first time. So Blade is bringing her back to Whistler, and Whistler is listening to a CCR, which automatically makes him the best character of the film.
And will automatic and do not play the scene because it will automatically pull us down. So
yeah,
so it's one of the most recognizable songs in the world. So
I like the way Whistler kind of fulfills the Q James Bond role in this movie. He's the man with all the gadgets and the fixing.
Yeah, it was in the comics though. He was the Q in the comic. He was in the comics. He was in the comics, so that's what he did. But
no, I get it. I'm not saying they took it from there, but
I like the set though. It looks
very got that feel of the kind of the James Bond sort of Q branch.
I do love in this scene how like he walks in with her, he shuts the music down, stops working with the equipment he's using, walks over, checks her out, gives her the injection, which we'll see in a set. Actually, I think it already happened because he's holding her down
injection.
there. Yeah, and then he immediately he walks back and he's like, give her 50-50, turns the music back to full blast, like just right up.
I also, another thing that I was grateful for was that they didn't have a sex scene in this between Blade and her. There were plenty of because like films of that time, they always chuck that in so that it could sell more to different territories. But they seem to resist that between them two, which is a good thing in my opinion.
Well, I think that it wouldn't really have made sense in the plot itself.
Exactly.
I mean, the sex scene that they try and do is between him and his mother. That's pretty sensual when they meet up, which is weird.
Yeah, that's to this day one of the weirdest things.
But you know why they do it? It's because it sells to other territories and stuff like that, and they deliberately put it in. I mean, I directed a horror film a long time ago. And the producer was trying to get me to get this actress to do a sex scene. I'm like, no, you talk to them and you tell them that they need to be naked, not me.
Did you have the minimum 20 seconds of flesh required for sales?
Yes,
talk from him. Yeah. Been there, mate.
Yeah. So it's usual nonsense. But I'm glad they didn't, because there was that scene in it where he was just recovering, wasn't he, Blade, and she comes and sees him. And when I first saw it, I was thinking to myself, oh my god, they're gonna get it on here, but they didn't, which is a good thing in my opinion.
I was gonna say Golden before we move on to the next scene. Anything from you that about actually any of the last couple?
He's touching a crotch there.
No, that he's holding her stomach, which actually kind of. So one thing, like I think it's unintentional, but it does actually play into the whole like him viewing her as like his mother from like the situation, and like how she was pregnant, and like you would put your like a lot of like people like put their hands on the pregnant. I don't think it's intentional. I just think it's actually a pretty cool little thing that ended up happening by accident.
Her knees are pulled up there in that shot.
All right, well, if Golden doesn't have anything for this scene, then we'll move on.
Well, I think it goes back to what I was saying much earlier with the whole lack of any scenes between these two getting it on, because this film it's very self-aware in that it understands what I suppose audiences would expect from it. But as I said before, with the absence of usual human drama, it unapologetically just says, right, we're going to just get into what we feel like we should be doing, which is just the gore and all of the action set pieces. So I do think it it kind of in itself knew that it wanted to stand apart from what people would assume would just be the stereotypical superhero movie.
That's true. And, weird considering that this is, one of the basically the godfathers of Marvel when it comes to superhero movies.
Yeah, and I suppose you could say as well with the hospital scene where he is going to leave her, but then he turns around, sees her. And in this scene as well, there are a few moments where he does look away from her as if he can't really face the reality because he sees too much of his mum in her because of the situation.
Yeah.
There's little moments like that because for the most part, Blade doesn't really emote as much, but when he does, that is very telling.
It's true. Yeah, it's true, and he does that just I think in a couple of sequences, most notably with Whistler later on, after the attack. I think that it's interesting to see how he emotes also.
Gives it more weight.
Yeah,
by just limiting it to those few occasions, which I think is the right call. This scene, by the way, has got Yours is Superior from Wrath of Khan in it. Actor Judson Scott. Playing Palatine, who was Khan's number 2 in Wrath of Khan.
Oh, okay.
He's
Yeah,
a very
I'm not
underrated
a
actor.
big, not a big Trekkie, but Wrath of Khan's like the one that I've watched and really enjoyed.
Yeah, I've got 20 models of the Reliant next door, so so I'm a Star Trek space gamer, you might say. But yeah, he's a really underrated actor in my opinion. I wish he'd been given bigger roles in more things.
And so this is basically the first time we meet the council, and we see Frost and how he is with the council. And what do you guys think about the council in general?
There's Moonraker guy that Ian was talking about earlier. I see what you mean. At the end, on the left, guy on the left with the glasses and the beard.
Yeah.
Look alike.
So anytime there's a council, like it automatically just creates like a tension for the like whoever's below them, because it's like there's the elitist concept that immediately gets implied, and that becomes part of this story very quickly. Is that Frost is kind of like this de facto leader of the non-purebloods, the turned as they call them, who probably vastly outnumber the purebloods at this point.
But do you get the impression that he was literally screwing the leader of this gang? Because remember, because I'm puzzled here. All these people are in charge, right? Yet they let him come in, slag them off, and then walk out. So the question is, why did they let him do that?
I wondered if he was like the prodigal son of somebody on the council, which maybe there was a scene that was cut because the film was originally 20 minutes longer.
Yeah,
and they did cut a few scenes, including a couple of council scenes, I believe.
I always got the impression that the implication was, I forget the Dragonelli, I think his name is
Dragonetti.
Dragonetti was the one who turned Deacon, and that's what I always got.
Yeah, I got the feeling that, like, for instance, the bit where he was in that room with the computer. And the way he was touching his face and stuff like that, I was thinking to myself, this looks very.
He gave him
sexual.
a slap.
Yeah, he did, but it looked kind of sexual. Maybe they had something together. Maybe, and then that's when he turned him, because he's very soft on him, isn't he?
Yeah.
Think of vampire.
That's kind of why I always like. So a lot of times the people who the vampires who turn someone kind of view that person as like almost their like child.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I was. Yeah.
By the prodigal son kind of connection.
There is actually an Asian in the
there is, yeah.
So there is some representation there.
There was also Drax from Moonraker. He's there as well. So there you go.
Yeah, and there's a table which identifies as they, them. So
exactly. There you go.
Now, I thought the vampire elders were a good idea as a political hierarchy, but I thought they were weak throughout the film, like Ian said. Is they don't reprimand Frost for his insubordination at this meeting. He's never punished, repeatedly going against their wishes throughout the film, and they don't even fight back when it's clear they're being sacrificed.
Yeah.
So they it was nice having them there, but they didn't really do much.
But I do think they had other scenes that were cut. I think there were scenes that were cut, so maybe there was more to them.
Also,
Maybe.
Does somebody know where the light switch is? For God's sakes, I mean, why are they sitting? It's like, always makes me laugh with vampire movies. Why do they live in a castle? Why do they live in a castle? Why can't they just get a nice apartment? What is wrong with these people? Just makes me laugh.
They have more money than they know what to do with.
Exactly.
So, well, the issue I have is that so with the council is that, well, Vex said in the chat that I think that it's implied that Dragonetti was a successor for someone else at the table, but as we see later in the movie, Frost kills Dragonetti with no problems, and no one has issue on the council board. So if Frost himself is being such an insolent person and he's annoying everyone, why can't they just kill him with no repercussions, the same way that he did with no repercussions?
So I think that was kind of where I was coming from with the like de facto like groundswell of the next level down. I kind of always got, and there's no like definitive explanation of it, but I always get the feeling when I see this movie that he is essentially like their go-to between, because they're all like the elites, like I said, they're the pure bloods, like essentially the ones the turn to look at them as like almost like snooty, and so he's kind of like the in-between. So he's a necessary evil to keep everything in line, but he's getting he's becoming more and more of a problem for them.
Well, what I heard was that again, 20 minutes was cut out and they reshot the ending because they had a screening and it scored very low. And once they did the ending of the fight with the swords and stuff, that wasn't in the original version, so that they did that as well. So I don't know, maybe you're right, maybe there was more with the council and it explained why he was so he got away with so much. I don't know, I really don't.
And so this scene also raises another issue for me, because the council says that they have enough problems with Blade, which I don't really, the film doesn't really do enough to show me that they have problems with Blade in terms of them trying to deal with Blade as a problem. So with the vast amount of resources that they have and the way that we see Blade in the streets whenever he's vampire hunting, I mean, and the amount of vampires that they tell us are in the streets that we actually see, you know, in just a couple of scenes later on that I'll point out. It's hard for me to believe that they haven't found his location yet, or have just sent a strike squad on him, or have done anything. So it's basically as if they're letting Blade do whatever he wants to do, which I find pretty weird. I don't know if you guys also have that same
Well, in other words, what you're saying is there's a huge this is a hole in the plot, because it is a hole, because this is the council. They would have done something about Blade already. They would have sent hordes of vampires after him and try to find
even police, normal
police. Yeah. So
could they be letting Blade sort of in a way dispatch their own enemies because they see Frost
maybe
as a rival, and maybe they're hoping he will get rid of him?
That played into the second one, I think, didn't it? The second Blade. Movie.
Is that they basically kind of utilize him as like a deterrent within their own systems.
But if you have to guess what happened in the movie, then the script, there's an error in the script.
It needs work. Yeah.
Do we know if this is the first time a vampire council had ever been portrayed in a vampire movie? Because I'm struggling to think of one before this.
Was the one with what's her name, Selena? Was that film before?
Oh, that was the one that came out after she passed away, based on the book.
You know,
you mean Aaliyah?
Aaliyah.
No, you know the one.
That's the one I was thinking of.
The vampire. Oh God, what's her name? Really pretty girl, British girl. She was.
Doesn't narrow it down.
I know.
Keep
what's
going.
it called? She's a vampire against the werewolves, the lichens.
Oh, you're
Underworld.
Underworld. Underworld came out well after this. Wow.
Underworld was
2003.
I was just wondering. Yeah.
So I think this might have been the first time that we've had a vampire council in a movie. I think.
I really do like the idea that there are normal people that want to be part of the vampire, and they get that tattoo on their neck and stuff. And I think that was really good idea as well. I don't think that was in the comics. I don't think.
But the familiars are a normal thing when it comes to vampirism. Like, it's been there for a while, but I do think that it might be one of the first times that you see it at such a high level in Blade. In comparison to what you see before, because most of the time you just have one person that's with the vampire. You don't have swarms of people that are tattooed and all of that.
Yeah.
And fans. They are.
I think What We Do in the Shadows lifted quite a lot from this movie as well.
Oh
Definitely.
yeah, great movie.
Great
They-
movie. Good
They
series
actually
too.
call theirs the Vampiric Council, don't
They
they?
do, yeah. The Vampiric Council.
And so yeah, we have Blade coming and getting the serum that he uses basically to
Stay out.
counteract the thirst. Is what I say.
Doesn't it
And-
also enable him to go out in the daylight as well?
No,
I don't think so. It's
No,
just
no,
for the
no.
thirst.
He's immune to everything except for their thirst.
Yeah,
Right.
that's the-
Okay. So that's
So-
hence. Right.
Yeah.
Good to clarify.
I
Which is-
I do
which- so-
like how Blade just doesn't give a fuck and he just walks around in that costume all the time, even in the
Yeah.
daylight through the streets.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
he
Died for a
he
walk.
randomly at certain points he will just randomly shoot into crowds, and
Yeah.
that he clearly does not care.
That's a big issue I have with the movie too, that I'll actually explore because I have some slides to back up that thing. It feels like Blade is in GTA 5, where you just shoot in the street, people will move away, and then they'll
Yeah.
just reconverge and come back as if nothing happened 10 seconds later, which is so weird.
Yes, one of the problems. Well, I think it's a minor problem because we are talking about a comic book world here, and and even in Bond have stupid things like that. But
Yeah.
it doesn't spoil the movie for me at all. It really doesn't.
No.
Oh no,
Yeah.
same for me. It's something that you realize, but it doesn't really take away from the movie because John Wick kind of does the same thing where
Yeah.
pedestrians are just there.
Now, the
everyone's
worst
an
thing about
NPC.
John Wick is nobody tries to shoot him in the head. They always try to shoot him in that bulletproof what is it, suit that he has? It's like shoot him in the
Bulletproof
head.
suit.
Yeah.
Takes
It's
20 minutes for people in a nightclub to know that there's a gunfight going on and 20
Yeah.
bodies are on the floor.
Honestly, with the level of the decibel level of music in nightclubs, I think that's the one place a gun might be able to go off and people wouldn't really notice.
That's true.
I mean, everyone's high too, so
Yeah.
I like it in movies when, especially in the Star Wars movies, where somebody stands up on a podium and there's millions and millions of people and they're talking without a mic, yet everybody hears them, even the guys in the back.
Yeah.
It's really weird, but that's one of
Yeah,
the tropes in the movie.
Movies tend not to understand how sound works within their own universe.
Yeah.
And so
and
this
yeah,
is how we I was about to say, this is how we learn how Blade basically pays for the stuff. He just steals watches from the people
Yeah.
that die, I guess, or
He
does say,
steals
doesn't he?
he steals valuables basically and pawns them off.
When he takes
Yeah.
the watch off the policeman, he goes, "This is
Yes.
crap," and he throws it to the ground.
It's fake,
like,
yeah. It's
it's
fake.
fake. Yeah.
So Blade is basically a grave robber, technically.
Mm.
And so
Yeah,
that's
he
the
is.
serum. And let's just check out the badass handshake the Blade has.
You take care, right?
Could
I
he have-
remember a lot of
That's
people
emotion.
emulating that after the movie came out. Badly in many
Yeah.
cases.
He could not have shown any less emotion in that either. Just like, yep, okay.
Yeah.
That's how badass he is. He doesn't even.
Listen,
I mean, you can guess the story behind that. He's probably saved his mum or saved him from a vampire, and that's why he feels. You know what I mean? You don't have to explain it. The way they do the handshake and they hug, there's something there that they both respect each other, and that's all you need.
You can tell that there's good history.
Because I remember Tarantino was saying that when he writes a script, it's really good to write something and make the audience work for what. Like for instance, when in Pulp Fiction, when he opens the case, he doesn't show you what's in the case, but
Yeah.
you can create your own story connected to that.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's yours. Do you know what I mean? So that's a good thing in this script,
Yeah.
even if they did it unintentionally. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's true. And so yeah, it's the best handshake since Predator, basically.
Yeah.
Blade is a pre-grave robber. I love that line.
It is. And so yeah, so this is basically where we get the setup for the sword and how it opens up and splits up, which I think has a pretty fun payoff. And so this is Karen waking up after the injection, and she stumbles upon Whistler injecting Blade with the new version of the serum because he needs an increased dosage because it's acting less and less efficiently. And so I just like this little detail of having them hold hands whenever Blade is going through it. It's just it's so good when it comes to just establishing history, as we said, with letting your mind create a lot of it. Then you can tell that they've been through a lot, where Blade's someone who doesn't show that much emotion. Just by having someone hold his hand whenever he's going through something like this, you know that it's a deep pain.
They must have told Wesley, look, there's a scene in it where you're just wearing a vest and you're going to be injected. And he went, oh, I got to go to the gym. And he's off there. Pumps his muscles up.
He definitely did like 50 push-ups right before this. The vascularity.
They were.
I 100% agree. Like, they do actually have lines explaining about their past together. Mostly Chris Christopherson just saying Whistler saying it. Blade never really mentions his past that much. But
no.
They probably didn't even need to have that background little bit, because this would have been enough to explain that. But it doesn't hurt to also have a little bit more context.
I quite like this scene because Whistler says he's checked her background and found out she's a hematologist.
Yep.
Like, that was printed on her badge when you brought her in.
I mean, technically he did check her background. It's just, he did it in the most lazy way possible.
My God, it matches her badge.
But the thing is, though, it's all films suffer from this. I don't care what anyone says. You always get some smart ass talking about script writing, and they go, yeah, there's always a scene where they do an explanation dump, whatever, and that's really bad. But all films have them, all of them, whether they're subtle or whether... The last one I saw was Mission Impossible 7, where that scene where everybody was telling you about the whole
oh my
plot.
God!
Oh, you mean the 10-minute exposition scene?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm like, they do it, and this is no exception for this.
I would like to point out. So, this scene made me laugh. He gets the what we call gasoline, you guys call petrol, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like literally spilling out of the car, and he lights up his cigarette.
Yeah.
Like, wow, there's just gas fumes all around him.
But that's the beauty of the direction and the writing. And what does that tell you about his character?
He doesn't give a fuck.
That's right. So instead of actually saying he doesn't give a fuck, you show a scene to show that he doesn't give a fuck.
I'm just thinking, but it makes you laugh. It makes you laugh in that sense, because it's like he like hits the trigger or the plunger, whatever you want to call it, on the head of the gas to fill it before it even gets into the car. Like, he's already like pouring it out on the side of the car. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, what I want to know is how they get where they get their gas deliveries from, though.
I think they're in a gas station. It looks like.
I heard that Norrington was a fan of Convoy.
That,
Chris Christopherson was in. So when Christopherson said, how should I play this character? He said, why don't you play him like the guy from Convoy, but like he's retired, gone into a different line of work. And that kind of, I feel like that's a pretty accurate depiction of the character.
Yeah.
But underrated film, by the way.
But that's what I'm saying. I think the script is really good, actually. Was it David S. Goyer wrote it?
Goyer.
Yeah. But even when he was explaining, when Whistler was explaining what happened to his family, he didn't go into detail. But just the thought that vampires killed his family, had to make him do that choice and stuff. Again, that's the thing where you see the images in your head. That's yours. It's into the movie, and it is quite good. It's really good script writing, tell you the truth.
Which is weird, because Goyer had just come off of Dark City, which is one of the most underrated films in terms of of all time. But before that, he wrote a bunch of nothing. It was he wrote like Crow City of Angels, Kickboxer 2.
Don't diss Kickboxer 2.
Yeah, man. It's one of mine and Ian's favorite films of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you can like bad things. I've said that before.
I've seen it at least half a time.
The first Kickboxer, I could go on for days about the first Kickboxer, but like, he basically had a bunch of nothing, and then this kind of this and Dark City being back to back really kind of threw him into the limelight. He did obviously Blade 2 and the Trinity, which is but then he was on where Batman Begins and Dark Knight, and a lot of this actually helped his career a lot, and then it went right back down in the shitter later. So
because he wrote Batman versus Superman, so the marketing
Yeah, so
Man, he stay on top for so long in this industry, man.
No, but
That's the way it
seriously
goes.
though, it wasn't his fault. He was under the orders of that stupid man called Zach.
Yeah.
So do you know what I mean?
Anything involved with that, I don't. But I'm honestly, to me, the biggest tragedy of justice in his filmography is Terminator Dark Fate that he is involved with as a writer.
Yeah.
So
that's a rabbit hole right there.
But it's really funny, right? Because you know, us as critics and I guess me known as a filmmaker, I know why he did that, because the check was so big. That's why he did it. Do you know what I mean? And if the producers are saying we need this in it, even if the script doesn't make any sense, you're gonna write it because you're just there to please them. That's your job.
You want that swimming pool in your house, man. You want that swimming pool. So
it's not that. It's so hard for writers these days, especially when you're at a point, and all you need is money so you can keep living for the next 5 years. You know what I mean? So you're going to say yes. You know what else? I mean, Sam Raimi's brilliant, right? But yet he said shit. He said yes to that shit Doctor Strange movie. Come on,
he did.
Yeah, it's the money. It's the money.
Do we think Wesley's got his lines written on this prop in this scene? I got to remember. What do I got to remember?
That was actually his tax returns, and he's
I was going to say that's his tax returns.
Browsing through them between takes.
I'm sorry, I did that to you, Z. I wish I could have let you have that one.
I do like his costume here.
He was like, "Shit, I'm not going to pay these. I ain't going to do that."
Yeah, this is one of the first times, like one of the only times we see the costume without the huge coat. So I think that we get a nice, and it's puffy too, which is
it's practical. It looks comfortable.
I actually met Wesley Snipes because I went to direct a film with him over here, and then
what happened, Ian?
Well, what happened was the tax breaks thing. The laws changed, and so
I thought you meant.
What?
Why is it always taxes with this guy?
No, and then they had to shoot it in Budapest, so that was me out of
I remember that. I remember the scheme you're talking about. That then we weren't allowed it in the UK anymore, were we?
But I met him. To me, it seemed like he was like I want a brother to direct this movie. He was saying, I was like, okay. I was like, okay, mate, do you want a cup of tea? That kind of thing. So he was very much Hollywood, and I was very much, Battersea, if you know what I mean. So there you go.
Fiona, don't worry. We're slowly trying to speed it up.
Don't worry, Fiona.
We were 25 minutes late.
We have 2 hours 37 minutes already.
Sorry, Fiona.
Damn.
We're almost an hour in. No, she's saying that we're only 37 minutes into the movie at 2 hours.
Well, it's 2 hours of gold, Fiona.
It is.
Gold.
We got Golden Age Geek and the Golden Reach Around Droid.
Well, she's right. 24 minutes maybe in. We're in.
No, we're 37 minutes into the movie. Apparently,
are we?
Are we? Okay.
Don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there.
It's gonna go quick.
Don't forget, there was a half hour of me stretching out the first minute of the movie. So,
yeah, that's true.
What are we?
I like this quote. It's when he's giving him the basically the UV flashlight, and then Blade just replies, "Still heavy." He's like, "You're so big."
You're so big. That flashlight is like it's such an impractical thing too.
It is.
Well, I mean, hence the line "still heavy."
Yeah. Z, were you trying to say something in there?
No.
Oh, I thought I heard your voice in it.
No, I wasn't. Yeah. Well, it's weird that he just say that it's still heavy. Like that should matter to him at all. He can lift people and throw them across the room.
Yeah, I think it's just that that's supposed to be their their dynamic is that they just kind of like take the piss out of each other.
Yeah. It's like going, is this it?
Yeah.
But practically though, where's he going to put it? I guess in his car, I guess. But then when they come out, somebody has to carry it.
It's literally only used for the one scene that's about 15 minutes from now. It's like 15-20 minutes from now with Pearl, and then and then they do have things that are similar in the second movie, but significantly smaller.
Yeah, more practical. And so this is basically giving her a vampire mace, which is just garlic, I guess.
It's garlic with he says it's silver nitrate with garlic infusions.
Yep.
But basically, it's like really expensive flavor spray.
I really love his car though.
Yeah,
I like Blade's car.
Yeah, looks like a Chevelle SS. I can't really 100% tell, but
I've got a better shot of the car coming soon. But something that I wanted to highlight is that after we find out that she's basically almost, been infected with vampirism, the lighting changes whenever we're shown daylight, so it's
That's a 68
incredibly
Charger.
bright. Oh, the car?
Apparently, it's a 68 Charger.
Yeah. Yeah. And so
they have similar body. They have similar that, and the Chevelle have like similar body styles.
I've got a shot of the car coming up later, so we'll see it more in detail. And then, this is the Deacon Frost, and
so
he's
this bit,
go ahead.
This bit is puzzling to me. Do you know what I mean? As I said, he touches his face. It's kind of. I reckon they had something, maybe in the 20 minutes that's missing from this film.
You're really shipping the shit out of these two guys.
Because I mean, I'm against all that nonsense, really. But it just
I'm against. I'm against that kind of sex.
No, all the politics nonsense. But it just seemed to me that why would he let him touch his face like that? Do you know what I mean? It just seems like there's something between them.
I thought it was a prodigal son kind of, Jedi master, master acolyte.
I don't get any sexual tension off of this at all.
Yeah,
I get 100%. I get 100% a feeling of like father-son dynamic.
Same.
I know if you're the father, you wouldn't let somebody touch your face like that. Come on, I mean, look at the scene again.
No, I know where Ian's coming from. If you watch Udo Kier, he has got that kind of face. It's very creepy, sexualized look. Doesn't have to try very hard to do that in a movie because he does it in like 50% of his films.
It's just weird.
Which guy are you talking about? Stephen Dorff or the other guy?
Udo Kier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Udo Kier. If you watch him in the scene, you'll see exactly what Ian means. I get it.
Maybe I look into things too deeply when it comes to movies, but it just seemed that they've literally taken something out of the movie. It just feels. It feels that way to me, anyway.
There might have been more in the scene that got edited out. We just don't know what those 20 minutes are that ended up on the cutting room floor. But I do know Donald said council scenes were cut from the.
Yeah, this guy is the head of the council, and he's powerful, and he's a vampire, and he's the true blood. Why would he allow this idiot to just screw up everything? He slaps him round the face, right? And he's like a father, but then Stephen Dorff touches his face like they've got something. Do you know what I mean? It just that to me doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking into it too deep. I don't know.
The Queen doth protest too much, as they say.
Look, see, he touches his mouth. It's like they're gonna kiss, but they don't. Look at the scene again. I'm telling you, it feels weird.
Unfortunately, I don't think we have that slide.
Don't watch the scene too often, Ian.
I'm just saying, obviously.
It's okay. We all have those characters we think should be together. It's fine.
Very funny.
And so,
there's some fan art.
That's a whole different stream.
Oh, yeah. And so at this point, there's there's also the fact that he's deciphering the ancient text, which is weird that he just lets him do it. And he says it's impossible, but you can clearly see on the screen it's being translated in English.
I hate that line. That's impossible. And then he does it in the next day.
But that's what I'm saying. There's something between these two, isn't there? Really, there's something. Whether they're father and son. I mean, what is that one? The Diary of the Vampire with Tom Cruise and
Interview with the Vampire.
Interview with Vampire. They had that kind of thing, didn't they? So maybe with this, it was that kind of thing with this. I don't know.
Well, it's possible that maybe he started out as a familiar, and Dragonetti is the one that turned him because of.
Yeah, that's my theory. 100% is that's what it was.
Yeah.
And like I said before, he definitely is essentially the president of the turned. They view him as the de facto leader.
Yes.
They even say every time you hear them talk about him, it's always oh, he's amazing, he's awesome, he throws the greatest parties. We have all this cool shit. Everybody wants to be his familiar. He has a shit ton of familiars.
But they would have shut him down though. The council would have shut him down once they know that he's a threat to them, which he is, obviously. Well, they would have shut him down.
It's one of those things that we don't know, obviously, but you see this kind of stuff all the time where someone quietly rises to power through sort of backdoor channels. And that's kind of how I feel about Frost, is that he's
backdoor channels, eh?
Yes. yes. He's going in the back door.
Oh my.
But so basically, the way I look at it is, it's like, first of all, like I said, there's probably way more turns than there are purebloods at this point, I would assume.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, and so like they're gonna automatically feel a greater connection to him because he's like them. So he's the people's champion of the vampire community, so to say.
Yeah,
and he's always saying how like the system is broken. We should be the ones who are, like all these stupid backroom deals that we have with humans. We're on the top of the food chain. Why? It's like that's the kind of stuff that would start to get to somebody who's maybe a lower level person. It's like, no, yeah, wait a minute, I shouldn't have to sneak around. I should be out there just eating whoever I want.
I mean,
they're not on the top of the food chain. They can't even go out in daylight. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, what are you talking about? The humans are at the top of the food chain because they can go anywhere, daylight, nighttime. Do you know what I mean? You may have the strength and the speed and stuff like that, but you can't step out, when it's daytime. So,
Yeah, that's true. And so the next scene, we get a better shot of his car, and
nice.
Blade drops a couple of nice lines and drives away. So we'll check that out.
Remember what we told you. Keep your eyes open. They're everywhere.
The old cliche of the paper in the ground as the car goes past.
Funny part is there was actually a line that actually supported exactly what Ian said a few minutes ago, where as he's driving away, she goes, "But it's the daytime."
It's the daytime. Yeah.
There you go.
And so this is where we see, a couple of familiars. So these guys aren't vampires because they're tattooed, and the same way the police officer is. And so you get that tension. The tension in the scene is pretty good. I liked it. I thought that the scene worked well. And I don't know, what do you guys think about the elevator scene? Do you think that it's something that could have been removed, or is it something that was there?
I think honestly, I think the elevator scene could have been removed. I don't.
Yeah.
I think that it's like a false setup that goes nowhere.
Well, I mean,
it's still
might be
good tension.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think it's good tension, and it might be there, to emphasize the fact that they're everywhere. So the vampires have like people everywhere, which I still think is a bit weird because no one's trying to stop Blade, or no one's trying to follow Blade back into his cave, basically, and which is pretty easy because the film never shows him looking around for anyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, Blade is never really seen to take precautions whenever he's going back to his place. He just drives back. So I'm surprised that no familiar has followed him during the day or something.
I think it's good that Nabush Wright gets a bit of screen time on her own.
Yes.
Because she's a great actress. Was in Dead Presidents before this, done a few other good films, but she's retired from acting now, sadly. I think it underscores the fact that they've always got a presence, even in the daytime.
Yes.
And I don't think that's a bad thing in the movie. Yeah, I mean, it probably could have gone, but I quite like it as a little scene.
Yeah, I like it too. I think it's good. The fact that they add tension to it too. And
there was no point when I was watching this movie where I thought, God, hurry up, get a move on. I didn't get Superman versus Batman vibes at any point. So yeah, I think
Z and Golden, either one of you first. How about you? What do you think about the elevator scene? Useless, kind of like just tension?
No, absolutely needed. It introduces the concepts of familiars, although you find out later, which I think enhances this scene because that they are everywhere. Because they throw that tension away at the end of this, you're instantly disarmed into thinking that the cop's a good guy.
Okay, yeah, I never really thought of it like that.
I like the scene. If you just take the scene, I like it, but the placement of it, I think perhaps, and I know we've been praising how upfront this movie is. It doesn't really waste any time. It gets straight into it. But I think maybe, and this could just be a matter of taste, I think maybe there should have been a couple of scenes between her leaving Blade and then this scene that we get. It just feels a little bit too convenient. Oh, and I know that Blade has done this deliberately, sort of using her as bait, but it kind of feels a little bit too rushed. With they could be everywhere, and then 2 seconds later this happens. It does feel a little bit.
It is a little
little bit too
strange that
rushed.
like they can
Contrived.
be anywhere. Yeah, contrived exactly.
Yeah.
Where like she walks in and the first 2 people she sees happen to be familiars who happen to get off at the same floor as her, but go to a different room and we never see them again.
But if
you
you
sort of get the impression of if Blade knew that they were here right now, then why would he even bother driving off? He could literally just walk in there and just deal with them.
He needed to park the car.
He didn't want to get.
I don't think you realize how hard it is to get parking in Manhattan.
And so this scene is where she basically vampire maces Krieger, which is the name of the police officer, and it doesn't work, and he says, well, who said I'm a vampire? And that's when Blade just randomly pops up behind him.
I would like to point out that he does this a lot, this like silent entrance thing, this Batman. In fact, like he has that like probably the first ever superhero stick the landing moment earlier. We kind of missed it a little bit. But where he does like the silent drop behind her. With
just behind her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now that's also in Michael Keaton's first Batman film.
Was that? Did he do it exactly like that with the fist down and everything?
Pretty similar. Yeah.
Because that's become the iconic like superhero landing.
I do like this scene though. I think the whole point is that, remember he said, "Watch your back," or whatever. I didn't say it that way, but she's a marked woman now, isn't she? So maybe. Those people behind her was distraction because they knew this guy was in her apartment. I don't know, but I mean, yeah, you are right. It is contrived, but then again, it's a comic book movie. And stuff like that happened.
Yeah. Well, I've got a clip to show, so let me play that.
Said I was a vampire, huh?
Nobody.
You use me as bait?
Get over it.
Damn, that cop actor really wanted that line for his show reel, didn't he? He really went for it.
It's a good line too. I mean, like it's pretty good, like the performance that he gives, and this is where we basically learn about the branding. So they say it's a glyph, it's a vampire cattle brand, and so they bring him out, and he's blood running basically. And do we ever have a mention as to why Blade thinks that he's specifically connected to Deacon Frost?
That's because that's his logo.
His brand at the back of his neck. That's Deacon Frost's brand. So he belongs to Deacon Frost.
I'm trying to find out what this actor is doing now.
He's probably saying, "Do you want fries with that?" No doubt.
I'd be pissed if I was her, because Blade, I mean, he throws this guy about into every single piece of furniture she has when he could just take him down on the spot. But no, he makes a coordinated effort to throw him into the chairs and then the tables and then into the air. Oh no, onto the floor. That's destroyed now.
Like, it's okay. She was actually actively in the process of getting the hell out of Dodge anyway. So
yeah.
I don't think she cares too much about the furniture anymore.
It'll make it easier to move.
Yeah, it's like, what does she have to come back to now? Look, everything's broken except for my refrigerator.
Yeah.
I think those two bounce off pretty well. They basically bounce off each other.
They do have some pretty good chemistry here,
yeah,
considering the fact that like they just jump kind of like right into their chemistry too. So it's like there's not much build up toward it.
Yeah, that's true. And so this is again one of the issues that I mentioned before about the basically everyone in the street being an NPC, because nobody's batting an eye when already he's hitting a police officer and he's dressed like this with a sword in his back with guns clearly on his sides, and he's beating up a police officer. Nobody cares. Then he shoots. I don't know if he fire bullets. I think
he shoots into a crowd and misses everybody somehow.
Yeah, and they just disperse, and then after that, they're just back to normal. Everything's back to normal.
Is this a black neighborhood, by the way? That explains why the police, they didn't give a toss about the policeman getting beaten up.
Yeah.
So
as soon as he puts his gun away, everybody stops screaming so he can deliver his line.
Yeah. I don't know.
RRTNZ is here. Goyer just wrote this. He did not direct this one. I believe the only one he directed was the third one.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Bad luck.
That's a story in itself.
Third time's a
Yeah.
charm. No, not.
No.
Yeah.
So basically, since he runs away, they come back. He comes back, and just before Blade smiles like this, he says, "When you understand the nature of a thing, you know what it's capable of." And then she's like, "What do you mean?" Boom, he arrives, and he just laughs. And the fact is that from the laugh, he just stops laughing. It's just weird. This is the most emotion that you have from him.
But I think that was the whole idea of his character, wasn't it? That he was very abrupt and he didn't really have that much. He was just focused on killing vampires, and that's his life, basically. So
Wesley Snipes has great teeth, by the way.
Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah, really good teeth.
Actually, it's maybe it's veneers, probably.
It's probably veneers, but
most Americans have great teeth. Come on.
Yeah. We have this. We have these things called dentists that we go to. It's fantastic.
We go to the dentist, but our dentists are not very good.
Yeah, and we also can't get an appointment with
exactly.
a big problem.
So basically they go to the they follow him to this place. It's the club basically, and it has the symbol of a safe house. So which is why they basically go there, and well, let me just play the clip.
There are worse things out tonight than vampires.
Like what?
Like me. Crosses and running water don't do dick, so forget what you've seen in the movies. You use a steak, silver, or sunlight. These are Brown's already chamber. Silver hollow point filled with garlic. You aim for the head or the heart.
So yeah, aim for the head.
There you go. That's the exact scene that I was talking about. That you need to like actually kill. So like it's not like they're effective. The garlic they'll have an anaphylactic reaction. But to kill them, you need to. It's like with a human, you still need to do enough damage to actually kill them. It's not like you just touch them with silver and they die.
It's really funny because it's the second time this is mentioned. It's sometimes when you write a script, especially when it gets tampered with, you forget that it's said in the past, because Whistler says that to her, doesn't he?
About like 15 minutes before this.
He didn't really need to say that again, but then there you go.
Yeah, and so Blade basically just kicks the guy in, and I don't know. The bouncer was pretty nice, man. He was just like, "Chotomate, give me do you guys have like an invitation or something?" It's like, nope. There you go. That's your invitation.
Here's my invitation, motherfucker.
Oh man, and the club is I mean, it's I don't know. It's
one of those weird Japanese clubs where guys just watch young girls rap
dressed as girls. Yeah, it's really weird.
All the rage in Japan.
That's their culture, isn't it?
The
dark side of their culture.
Yeah.
I would like to point out. So I like from that clip, there are some moments that they're a little jarring to me, where like they speed up his what he does, and I don't think that they were really necessary. I think that they could have just left it at regular speed, and it's still very impressive at regular speed. But like you can see like his head motions within like the portion just also look jarring to me.
I mean, it was deliberate though.
Well, obviously they didn't speed it up by accident.
It's not a technique I'm fond of, because it always reminds me of a British comedy show called Benny Hill, which many of you may not have seen. But if you Google,
we're familiar with Benny Hill.
Yeah,
we're familiar with Benny Hill.
Yeah, it's just you're just waiting for some naked ladies to come running past in the background.
Look, that's always welcome in any film that I'm watching. So I don't care if they would have put that shit in like any. I don't care how dramatic the scene. If you just want to have naked women just run through the scene, I'm okay with it.
Why not? And so this is the part where he finally finds Krieger, and he says a line that I pretty like, let me play the clip, and hi to you, RRTNZ. I know that it's probably very early.
Mr. Brown has been nice enough to let them out of their cages for the day, so they could be on our stream. Mr. Brown will also be on this channel in the relatively near future. He is booked.
He is booked. And so let me play the clip.
You give Frost a message from me. You tell him it's open season on all suckheads.
Here's one thing that bothered me about this scene, right? He goes, the door is in the freezer. It's like, and he's like, no, it basically doesn't believe him. It's like, don't you remember that the last one that you went in was in a meat freezer too? And you went through a refrigerator to get to it, basically?
I mean, I'd still smack him around, for the fun of it.
I mean, he definitely, like, that's one of the running gags of the film, like, that there are he does like to just beat the crap out of people for the sake of doing it.
Especially Quinn, that poor man, the poor vampire. And so so they basically end up coming into the place, which is a storage vault. So there's all the servers for all the business that they conduct. Basically, the vampire
have more security. This is an important place here.
Yeah, it's true, because that's where Pearl is. So
yeah,
it is a pretty important place.
It'd be funny if you CGI'd a sign that said Facebook on the side of that.
I mean, if you really want more Liam Neeson dick jokes, I'm all for adding those, but he's not in this movie, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's Wesley Snipes dick jokes only, I'm afraid.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that I did notice in the previous scene when he was interrogating the guy is that in the background there is a sign which says "Do not open the." There we go. Please do not open the refrigerator. Underlined in red. That's the security they have. Please don't open this refrigerator.
Oh, I didn't even notice. That's a really good one.
Good spot.
That's a good one.
Crazy, right?
I never noticed that.
Same. Oh man, that's actually a pretty wow. The level of security is absolutely fucking trash.
I mean, at a certain point, you just assume that having a vampire at your front door should be good enough. I guess they should.
When Blade is around.
Yeah, that's where it kind of loses its.
This is the bit where you don't see the woman's face. I didn't make the connection when I was
you sort of do. Like,
no,
you don't. If you're looking really closely, you can see it's her.
Yeah,
but you're mostly focused on
him,
on him with his great chest hair and happy trail going on.
I was mostly focused on the bed and how cool it was. To be
I love the production design on that bed. Is amazing.
It's very
how white the room is.
Yeah. I mean, it's very clean. But I the way I looked at this bed is it's like their take on like a coffin.
Yeah, it's nice.
Same. It's pretty cool.
The kind of modern vibe. The production designer on this, by the way, also did The Patriot in 2000. They also did Anaconda in 97. More recently,
Anaconda is one of those movies I actually enjoy, despite people being like, it's kind of stupid.
Well, Anaconda.
I love Anaconda.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's great. It's great monster film. You know, that's all it is. A fun monster film, isn't it?
We've been giving props. We've been giving props to Snipes the entire time for his martial arts abilities when they come up.
But see, the thing is, though, when people criticize films like that, they don't understand the genre. They don't understand it's meant to be like that. So when you got highbrow critics going, Anaconda is rubbish, it's this, that, the other. They don't want to understand that film is meant to be like that. They'd rather tear into it rather than understand what the film is meant to be.
Yeah, they basically uphold it to the same standard as Godfather 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Of understanding what it is, which I mean, I think that's good for each movie, especially when you want to review something. You have to understand that the movie wants to be this specific thing, and I don't know, maybe that's what happened with Blade, and which is why it probably has a low score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Well, I posted in the chat 2 reviews that were out at the time, one from Empire Film Magazine and one from The Guardian. The Guardian gave it 4 stars out of 5, which is pretty good for the Guardian newspaper, because they're pretty harsh normally, but Empire only gave it 3, but I bet they're saying it's brilliant now.
Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. That's what I'm saying. I think critics, right? They used to have a lot of power in those days. If they said a film was bad, your film could live or die by that critic, that criticism.
Yeah, sure. I think Empire only gave it 3 because they didn't get a 10-page magazine spread.
That's right.
In that issue for that month. So that's an automatic 2 stars off.
Yeah, you're right.
So this is basically the part of the movie where we learn about the ancient texts that are finally deciphered basically the next day, as we said.
That completely indecipherable text that took about 24 hours.
Produced on a ZX Spectrum for the visual effects.
So it's all of this weird stuff, basically the blood ritual, if I remember correctly. And so the first
ritual for the blood god.
Even though that looks really dated, I kind of like it. It's kind of kitsch,
I think it works well even today. I like it.
It's definitely a 90s take on what futuristic computers would be like.
Yeah,
I mean, and
so that's what makes it fun.
Yeah, exactly.
This movie is unapologetically 90s with the music, the way that they handle everything, just the general look of all the characters. It's very unapologetically 90s.
It's a great product of its time. And so yeah, Krieger basically visits Deacon Frost and tells him about Blade, and he just kills him, which is
weird because it's like the whole thing is like if you do your job right, your vampire will turn you. Well, so he would turn here, but I think the whole point is they leave him out where the sun would be anyway. So it's like
I don't know. I think that he attacked him. I think that he attacked him not because of his job, but because he called like Deacon's girlfriend a bitch, and that's probably a no-no.
I think it's because he failed him multiple times. But like, so here's the thing: I'm not really 100% certain about. It's like if he bites him, he's going to turn.
Hey, there's Lizzo. I didn't realize she was. Sorry,
she got the Michael Jackson treatment.
The vitiligo. But if we go back real quick,
yeah,
like he's just going to turn into a vampire now. So like you're fulfilling what he wanted. That's what I'm like. So it's like I'm not really sure how this is a punishment.
Well,
is that a plot oversight? Maybe.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe he's supposed to come back like at some point in the script, maybe in the last 20 minutes, because for example, we have Curtis from the beginning. The doctor. He comes back in a small portion.
That's so random too.
Yeah, so I think that maybe there was a point where he would come back, just maybe as a background extra or something, or we'd see him as, one of the zombies in the pit with Curtis. I think it could have been plausible, but it might have been cut out, to be honest.
They may have been thinking ahead for sequels and already at the time, I guess.
Probably. And so, yes, we move on to Pearl, the thing. I don't even know.
White Lizzo.
Wizzo.
And Pearl is basically the records keeper who's on the phone with Frost, and this is the first time we actually have Blade and Frost speaking face to face, but it's very brief. Frost basically just says, fuck off, and that's it. Cuts the call.
And clearly they weren't in the same room at the same time.
Yes, for sure. And this is the stuff at the back. So he takes out the hard drive, and they use the UV rays on him, which is at least some pretty nasty stuff, to be honest with you. Let me play the clip actually.
There's much chance of dodging out the way of that, wasn't there?
I think you got to hear Lizzo sing there for a second. It was great.
Oh,
do you get the impression that Karen was enjoying this too much?
Oh, she was.
I don't think she was. I don't think she was enjoying it enough. I mean, these people have like turned her into. Not only have they ruined her life, there's a possibility she'll turn into a vampire now. Still,
I mean, let's see.
He moved.
I think you were right.
Is it a he or she?
It's a he. They say hey. They say he.
Oh, okay.
And now, I'm not going to say it.
And
let's just say there was significantly darker skin from that point forward.
Yeah. And this is where they basically entered the place where they keep the vampire Bible, which is I think the book of Erebus or Erebus.
The book of Erebus.
Erebus, yeah. So basically, and at this point, they're just walking around, and the little girl pops by, and so we see Blade. Well, I don't know. Would Blade just because he extends his arm out to her and he says, "Yeah, come with me," and it's like I don't know. Wouldn't you expect this to be a vampire or something?
Well, he's very trusting, isn't he?
That looks like where all the British artifacts from the British Museum have been gone missing. They're in the background there.
Little girl probably stole them.
Yeah.
and yeah, so I was mentioning before about glass and how before they used to use sugar glass, and now they basically use CG. So I just want to put a little clip of glass breaking, because it's always fun to see glass breaking in action scene.
Did you
The
see in
sound
that shot
effect.
there was one that they banged into that didn't break?
I didn't see it. No.
Yeah, I'm sure it was supposed to, but it didn't shatter.
The sound effects are just fantastically over the top too.
Well, they use those, Indiana Jones type punches. You know what I mean? The sound effects.
That sounds like two steaks slapping together.
Is this guy a famous stunt guy? The one in front? Isn't he the one that did this stunt work on Bourne Identity?
I think you're right. Yeah.
He's very young there, isn't he?
I think actually he's a coordinator now,
Right.
if I'm thinking of the same guy.
Mm.
This is a good time to mention that the film is edited by Paul Rebell. The editing in that sequence alone was pretty on point. And he went on to edit 4 films for Michael Mann, including Collateral.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and he did most of the early Transformers films as well, which at least from an editing point of view looked good.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah. I to this day I still think the first Transformers Michael Bay movie is a very solid movie. It's after that
it's number 1 and number 3.
Yeah, he edited the first 3, I think. He also did Battleship and the first Thor movie.
And the rest of them were number 2s, weren't they?
They were indeed. And that's being polite.
Jeff Amata or nada?
Love this bit.
The fingers are just nasty. You can tell that they're just, a little bit that they added on top of his hand. You can have that section, but it still looks good for what it is because of the makeup that's on it. And this is where we have the payoff for the knife, for the sword.
I've got his pig stick.
That got a massive laugh in the cinema. That did, I remember.
But then, like, the dude, like, that just lost his hand, like, starts laughing his ass off that he lost his hand. He's like,
it might be like an honor to be like, yeah, I lost it to Blade's arm, to Blade's sword, and you can just brag about it to women. They'll be like, oh my god, you survived an encounter with Blade. It's like, yeah, I did. Look,
It truly is a warrior's wound.
Back,
Yeah, a warrior's wound. Exactly, Golden Age.
It'll grow back.
Yeah, it does. Exactly. That's the thing.
Yeah, they're aware that their hands grow back. It's just like he treats it as more of a joke, whereas I want to go say Don Quinn like treats it as a massive inconvenience. So it's like
Quinn is annoyed by it.
I think he keeps getting his hand cut. It's implied that it's happened before this movie even started, that he keeps getting his hands cut off.
And so this is basically when the company arrives, and it's what's his name again?
Whistler,
Whistler that arrives, and man, I don't even know what he does to break this thing. I think he blows it up, and he just has a massive crater in the wall, and he's just there, shooting everyone up. And
I think he uses the same stuff they show earlier in the movie with that it's like that like gel that explodes.
Yeah,
it might be that. And so yeah, then this sequence, I don't know if it was pretty weird for me.
Wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Isn't this one of the scenes where the effects works a little bit ropey?
Well, it was so it was CGI train, and they used
explosion too.
Yeah, exactly. But I like this scene actually. I thought it was quite fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember Golden wanted to mention something about this scene.
Yes, so I remember in one of these frames, he rips out someone's throat and then uses that to throw it towards another person. So he won't just use his surroundings. He won't use the train, the pipes. He'll literally pull body parts out of you and use it to throw at someone else.
Death by
and then he immediately takes Quinn's face and just starts smashing it into the which
train.
Is a scene that they almost frame for frame stole when they did Spider-Man 3.
Yep. Spider-Man 3 with the Sandman, basically.
Yeah, I remember.
No, man. So yeah, this is also a good callback to the first time where I think it's Blade's arm that dislocated his dislocated shoulder, and so you have Karen pop it back in, which it's pretty good. And she might know how to do it because she's a doctor. I don't know if a hematologist can do it, but maybe they teach
even
it to
hematologists. She would have had to go through general practitioner.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
General
medicine.
practitioner. Yep.
Any doctor, any specialist can also just be a regular doctor too. So
yep, basically. So I like the scene with Karen and Whistler. I think that it's pretty interesting. But I would like to have Lance and Mega Geek's perspectives, because I don't know if you guys remember how this scene in particular is shot. The camera is basically behind objects and keeps moving, which is, I don't know. What do you guys think about it? If you remember how it's shot?
Yeah. It's just basically adding depth of field into the shot, basically, to make it look more filmic.
Yeah,
So
I don't know.
they do that a lot on TV as well. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I found it weird. That's why.
No, it's a static shot, so you have to try and make it more interesting.
Yeah, they're trying to give it an aesthetic of intimacy.
Yeah.
I think between the two characters. Some of the books and things, if you pick up on there's little details that tell you more about the character of Whistler. If you really go shot by shot and look at some of the objects that are in his domain, as it were. But I think it was just really to play on the intimacy, but there's not many intimate moments, quiet intimate moments in the film.
Yeah.
So
you want to underscore them subtly as much as you can by a change of perspective, and I think that's what they were doing here. It's probably what the cinematographer was going for.
Yeah,
and this is the scene where we get basically Blade's backstory a bit, that he used to be feeding on the homeless when he was 14 years old, and that he still has the blood urges and ages like a human. And you also get Whistler's backstory a bit with why he got into the vampire hunting business, with his wife and 2 daughters being basically tortured and killed in front of him.
Yeah.
So
I like how you said the vampire hunting business, like it's like an actual
it is a
business.
Yeah, you can apply for in the paper,
That's
a couple of
in your CV.
Yeah, when he went to college, he was like, they were like, "Do you want to major in like English?" He was like, "Nah, I want to major in killing."
Decapitation,
specifically killing vampires would be fun.
But it is it also shows you that Whistler obviously has taken some damage as well. He's cleaning his thing for his leg and stuff like that, and his brace. Again, it's an old camera. It's an old trick when they shoot something behind something else for perspective, and also because it's just a talkie scene between talking heads. Yeah, the director and the DLP wants to make it interesting. That's why they move the camera. They do it a lot on TV shows now.
They do actually.
Yes. I do also think that there was a secondary reason why they used that, and it was because they are actually being watched at this point. They don't know that they're being watched yet. But
I don't think that was the reason. But anyway, it's just my opinion. Yeah. Otherwise, if they were being watched, it would be from a point of view.
Yeah,
I mean, the camera's moving, so just to make the scene more interesting. Again, it's about depth of field. It's about the DLP going, "Oh, let's do this," and the director's going, "Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that." That kind of thing. So
we haven't heard from Z in a while.
Yeah, Z's having an oil bath, I think. So.
A nice relaxing oil bath, yes.
I want to get you
more of Whistler's backstory as to why he's motivated to do what he does, and why he's with Blade in the first place. Because it would seem a little bit odd, with a vampire just hanging around with an old white dude.
Especially in today,
especially a guy who's just this cool, like the coolest dude ever, and it's like what's with this guy?
Whistler was my favorite character in the movie by far, I have to say.
Same for me. It was Whistler and Quinn.
Honestly, I just think all the characters are fantastic. I even like the lesser characters, like the minor roles.
Deacon.
Well.
You like Deacon?
Yeah, I
like Deacon as a villain.
I like Deacon a lot. I think he's a great villain.
Whistler was so liked so much that he died in this one, and they brought him back to life in the second.
Hey, spoilers! Spoilers. We'll get to that scene in like 75 minutes.
We're getting to that in 3 hours, aren't we?
Yeah.
And so we also have the Karen basically confronting Blade, and so this is the scene where you get Blade's character motivation, and I don't know. I think it's a pretty powerful scene because he says when he kills vampires, he basically gets a piece of the life that he never had back, which I think it's a really good line to show your hero's motivation, especially the way he delivers it too.
Actually, that's really all the line you need for his motivation. You don't need like a big speech or anything beyond that. That for me is enough. Less is more, as they say.
Yep.
Also, when I was in the cinema, again, I'll say this: I thought they were going to do a big, sex scene here, but they didn't.
Especially the way it's lit.
Yeah, which is good.
Did you walk out at that point, Ian? Were you upset?
No. I to tell you the truth, right? When it's unnecessary, I just sigh. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know.
Like, well, what's the point in this? Just a little bit of titillation, I suppose. But
it's good that they didn't.
Ian at that point was like, first Deacon and Draculino, or the hell guy's name was, Draconetti didn't do it. Now these two, I'm done. There's not enough sex in this.
It's a really nice wide shot though. I mean, because like Blade's body's turned against the lens, isn't it? So basically he's saying he doesn't want to talk. That's basically what it's subconsciously telling the audience he doesn't want to talk.
The lighting in that spot on as well.
Yeah, the girl makes him talk. Do you know what I mean? So it's interesting.
Beautiful
I do want to read a couple of Waylon Bicefis he's very generous today. I must thank him again. He's got a couple of super chats for us. One of his infamous choices: bucket of AIDS or Wesley Snipes accountant. I don't know how you. So would that accountant be doing our taxes? I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So I'm taking the accountant.
Yeah, same. I think the accountant is pretty good.
Waylon Bicefis is well known for his choices, which are impossible, and also apparently his cousin got bit by a gay dude. So we'll see.
Yeah. But I think it was Sylvester Stallone that offered him a part in the Expendables, wasn't it? And that's what got his career slightly moving again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I believe that's correct.
Well, they've been friends since Demolition Man. So.
Yeah. That's true.
Which was before this. So.
He was kind of blacklisted for a while.
African American listed.
Yeah.
POC, person of color listed.
Person of color listed.
And so this is basically the scene where you've got Deacon and Quinn that are just discussing about taking care of Dragonetti, which they do. Which I like the way that this is shot. Just with the shadows most of the time, and you basically just have Dragonetti there. But I don't know. What do you guys think about the scene
I have a serious problem with this scene. Now, this is definitely one I want everybody to weigh in on. If it's this simple to get around the problem of being in the daylight, it's not a problem. It's you just put on some sunscreen and wear.
Yeah, I remember flinching in the cinema and going, And
then even a little later, not too far after this, they do it again, but without the biker gear. And he just goes, "Oh, sunscreen." It's like, if it's that easy of a way to get around the problem, it's not a problem.
I think that's breaking the rules of the reality that you've established in a movie, and I hate it when films do that. I just think it's a bit lazy.
Yeah.
Now,
sure.
I think that they I'm just going to give my little version of how to fix this, and I'd love to hear everybody else's opinion. I think if they would have just been there and the sunscreen was only good enough while the sun wasn't directly on them, like this, because he's already starting to sizzle, so to say, and like maybe that could prevent that, and then they leave, like they get inside of like a van or something where they can't be exposed to the sunlight at all, and let him burn outside of it. I would have been okay with that, but for them to stand there and watch it happen, really it takes me out of the moment. It's one of the very, very few scenes in this film that I cannot stand. So let's just go in order of how we have them. I guess Z would go next.
Yeah, I actually didn't mind this scene. It really did highlight, the efforts they're prepared to take over running the Vampire Council and establishing themselves as a new order. It's quite a vicious scene, and I imagine quite a painful one. But I think it's necessary because it really does emphasize what an evil bastard the character is.
It's true. Yeah, I think that it's good. And well, I'll say my part when we get to me. But Golden Age, it's up to you right now. What do you think about the scene?
Well, again, I do think that it is problematic because it does go against the already established rules in a way, and it kind of turns down the stakes, as it were, because of if the sunlight isn't as harmful and there are easy solutions around it, then it does kind of put the whole film into question, because there could have been moments where the vampires could have gone out and done things, but they ultimately didn't. But if the solutions are so easy, then why didn't they adopt them?
Yeah.
I agree with what I think Dark Hour said with how they could have gone about it. I think that would have been much better, because you'd still would have been able to convey the message of this scene, and this character could have still had done to him what actually happened, but the setting in which the vampires are in would have been much different. And it does become kind of cringe, I think, when they do put on the biker helmets. It feels like when you watch a kids movie and they're trying to act bigger than they actually are, and because they're so like small and skinny, it comes across as we're trying to be the big boys, but they actually come across as being like very stupid.
Yeah, I can see that, where it's like we look cool now. Look at our cool biker outfits, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's true. It is. Yeah, I don't know. It is weird. Lance, you have any thoughts on this in addition to what was already said?
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the content of the scene where the story's concerned, I like it in terms of, again, their viciousness, their violence and everything. But echoing what other people have said, for me, this is a lightsaber through the stomach in Ahsoka moment. As soon as you start demeaning the power of the sun against vampires and its effectiveness against them, you undermine the whole vampire mythology. The fix I would have given it I would have let them have some kind of sunscreen that was effective for just a few seconds, or 20 seconds, let's say, and I would have had Dorf or Deacon stand deliberately a bit longer in the sunlight than everybody else, and you would have started to see his skin peel away under the sunscreen, and then he would have jumped in the van, and there would have been a moment like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, I just love the way it feels for those first couple of seconds, underscoring the narcissism in him. So you could have done something like that with him, just to show even more what a psycho he was. He's prepared to burn for a few seconds just to see this guy suffer. So there was a moment of something they could have done with him there instead of a motorcycle helmet, which I think was lost, but still kept in the integrity of the fierceness of the sun. And as soon as you take that away in a vampire film, you've got a problem, I think.
That definitely would have enhanced the scene, I think.
Yeah.
That's the script writer and me coming out there, guys. Sorry. But that's what I would have written for the scene.
And the Mega Geek, what about you, since you're the last one?
Yeah, I echo what everybody's been saying, but it doesn't spoil the film for me at all. I mean, I'm not going to make up any excuses for this. Yeah, it's a really dumb scene, especially we don't even understand how they got to him. Wouldn't he be protected? He's one of the council, blah blah blah. But in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, well, they're not. All the people surrounding him are not true blood. He is, so that's why he burns faster than the rest of them. But again, you would have had them in a van or something like that. Take his teeth out in the van, chuck him out the van in this vast, beach. So he had nowhere to go. If he ran that way, 20 minutes. If he ran the other way, it's 20 minutes. If he ran the other way, 20 minutes. So he was doomed anyway. Yeah, that's probably the better idea. But again, right? When I've been involved in one Hollywood production, to tell you the truth, and it is you have 20 bosses telling you this, that, the other. They change the script when they want to, even though it doesn't make any sense at all. So I'm assuming Stephen Norrington was up against all that crap, and that's why it's in there. Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't spoil the movie for me at all, really. I mean, it's a genre, and it's a vampire movie, and yes, they did muck around with the lore, but didn't spoil the movie for me.
I mean, at least here, they don't really respect the lore that much, but in the latter scene that we're gonna see, the lore is completely fucked. I mean, I was just like, wow. So yeah, but I mean, for me, this scene, I like it because of Dragonetti's performance. So Udo Kier, I really, really like his performance in this, especially when they rip out his teeth, because even though the sun is basically what kills him, you can feel as if it's the removal of his teeth that's, his actual, like, symbolic death. You see what I mean? Because it feels as if, the removal of his teeth is a fate equivalent to death, especially for a pure blood vampire, which I think I don't know if maybe that's like my head canon or something, but that is what I get from seeing the performance that Udo Kier does during the scene, which I find is
but make
interesting.
no mistake though, it is definitely a hole in the plot. It really is. It definitely is a hole in the plot. It's the same thing with what is it? Endgame, when they gave the glove to Miss Marvel. Why the hell didn't she not put it on? And
why didn't she just use it herself?
So yes, it's a hole in the plot. But again, this doesn't spoil my enjoyment of Blade at all.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for me, it doesn't really spoil it because, well, I mean, let me play the clip because we have a pretty cool death scene here without, still stands the test of time. It's a bit weird, but I'll just play it and we'll see.
That's some really bad CGI there, because if you were that close to it, that's not how lenses work. The background would have been out of focus if you were focusing on the guy being burnt. So
I also do like one thing I do like about that though is if you do that one more time and just but like just play the whole thing and but watch all their reactions at the end. Every single person has a different reaction.
All right, I'll let me
play one more time.
See.
Every single one of them
has
yeah, like some of them are like celebrating. The one on the far left is like a 720, like
about to fall,
like fall over. Like it's like I don't know like if that was the call, like if they just were like, hey, just react as if you just watched an explosion. And like some people were like, yeah, explosion, and other people were like, shit, I'm gonna knock back. Like
it's not exactly a level piece of ground that they're standing on in order to keep their reactions consistent. There's holes and pretty jagged terrain that they're standing in.
That's true.
So I have a couple of they're non-super chats I just wanted to highlight real quick. So they're in sequence. So we had Adam Gray is upset that that he missed Tracy Lords, and then Princess Fiona's response is fantastic. The boys spent an hour on her. That's why we're running late.
Not enough time.
We each got about 10 minutes. So.
Oh, that's enough, with her. And so yeah, he basically goes back to the council and gives them Dragonetti's teeth, and they're all just okay with it, I guess.
Yeah, just that doesn't make any sense either. But
it's like, all right, yeah.
Isn't it more that they're kind of scared of him and they don't want to end up in the same boat?
Why?
Yeah, exactly.
The thing that he suggests for them is going to require that they die anyway. So it's like, what's the difference?
Yeah.
They're they're like, you're dead. He's basically like, you're dead either way. I'm in charge now, but you can be part of something bigger at least.
No, they would have. There's how many vampires on that table? They would have torn them to shreds. So none of that makes any sense to me.
Too, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So none of that makes any sense to me. So it's a huge hole in the plot.
Yeah,
but I don't care because I really like this film. So.
it is true. You are more forgiving of plot holes and inconsistencies in films that you enjoy.
And I mean, just look at the amount of people that they would probably have under them in comparison to Deacon Frost. So I mean, they could end this guy's life in a second.
They would have tore him apart.
Yeah,
they were literally torn apart. It's like, what is it? How many's on the table?
11 now.
11 versus him. And they're all True Blood. They would have killed him.
Yeah, no, there's more than 12 because he says I need 12 volunteers.
There are 13 in total. Yes.
Yeah, because they in a later scene they also kill one of them.
Yes, yeah, which is fantastically like completely forgotten about.
Well,
so
there
has to be at least 13.
There is 13 because I was looking it up and they said that if you pay attention well, they actually brought an extra dude that you just see him in the back. So when that person gets killed, they can just replace him. Which I don't know. It's good to think that they brought 13 instead of 12. I don't know. Always good to prepare, I guess. And so yeah, this is basically the scene where you have Blade bringing back a piece of the Bible so that so that Whistler can analyze it with the hard drive that they've taken from Pearl, while Karen's character is basically brought back some supplies from the hospital and is making I don't know how to say this, like explosive serum, I guess, against the vampires.
Yeah,
It's an anticoagulant that she brings.
That was really silly. He could have gotten blind there.
Yeah,
It flew right in front of his face.
She absolutely
my-
destroyed a microscope demonstrating this. She could have just done it to one side in a petri dish.
Yeah, she could have. I mean, to be fair, she does tell him to step back. He doesn't. He's just like, "Fuck it, I can take it." And so yeah, and they also take his blood. She also takes his blood to try and develop either a serum or a let's say
a cure.
A cure, yeah, for him. Yeah. Except the cure would basically take away all of his vampire abilities, and he'd be purely human. Which, for someone who wants to fight vampires, it's pretty bad. And of course, Whistler is we find out that Whistler has cancer, which is, I don't know, what do you guys think about that detail of Whistler having cancer? Do you think it's necessary to the plot, or
no? I think basically what they thought was this film wasn't going to be that successful, so they were going to wrap up everything, and that's what they tried to do at the end of the film, didn't they? There's a hint that I mean, because that's a reshoot when he was in Moscow, and the fight at the ending was, but originally it was just wrapping up everything. That wasn't it. So just like every film, like Back to the Future. They didn't think they were going to do a second one, did they? They ended it with a car flu. It's like, it was a joke. At the ending, it was a joke, and then they had to carry on that story in the second one. So
it's like, roads, where we're going, we don't need roads.
Like,
sure, let's go.
Where we're going, we don't need to worry about Whistler's cancer.
All worked out for the Back to the Future films, though, didn't it?
It did.
Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, and
this one, I guess. This one, it worked out for them as well.
I mean, it worked out for the sequel, but for the third one,
I haven't seen the third film, by the way.
I mean, watch it for Jessica Biel if you want to, because
jacked Jessica Biel. She was in stick shape for that movie, man.
Muscle mommy Jessica Biel, my god. And so,
and Ryan Reynolds in his Deadpool, like that's basically.
I mean,
Deadpool. So that was the quick story. That's the inspiration for Deadpool was. The character they didn't have much to work with, so the director basically told him to gave him Deadpool comics. It was like, use this guy as a basis for this character because he was snarky. So that actually made Ryan Reynolds love Deadpool, which then inevitably led down the lines of him wanting to do Deadpool films.
Yeah, which led to 2009's X-Men Origins Wolverine, basically. And
it created his love for the character. So it's there's some weird things that happen through the Blade series of not only did it make people more confident in comic book films, but it also inspired certain aspects of other things that it didn't even know it was doing at the time.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's true. And so at this point we have Whistler that's telling Karen that she might have two days to live, basically. And I mean, I think everyone prefers Blade 2, to be honest with you, RT and Z. I just think that it's
I don't know. I like both of them. I think both of them.
I like them both. I can't say I preferred Blade 2 to this.
That's interesting.
When it came out, I thought it was good, but you have to understand, for British people, it starred one of the people from Bros, so that was an automatic.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what. One of these days, we'll get this whole panel back together, and we'll do Blade 2, and we'll make our decision then.
Sounds good.
Exactly. It's so Karen basically has 2 days left to live, which isn't much until she has to develop the cure, which. I don't know. I think it's a bit weird that she develops it in 2 days, because by the end of the movie she is cured technically.
Yeah,
and,
but it is what it is, right?
And basically this is the other scene where we have sunblock that's just magical.
Look how many people's
SPF
around.
1 million sunblock.
Look how many people is around, and nobody sees this. Nobody sees how he's holding the kid.
Oh man!
When he threw across and she hit the street, she grew a foot taller, didn't she? When she hit the,
she did.
Do we have a frame of that?
Oh, don't worry, I have the entire video, man. We're gonna look at that because I had to cut it up because wow.
Let's check that height difference.
I mean, in my notes of this scene, I just wrote, "How powerful is sunblock?" ? It's like, yeah. And so I think that this is an interesting scene, an interesting conversation with having two half-bloods. but well, half breeds basically. But the interesting part is the
Well,
blade.
no, they're not. He's one is turned, and the other one is a like mutant hybrid. So they're not exactly the same, though.
Yeah, but they're still considered as half breeds,
I guess. Yeah.
So I mean, the interesting part is that, you know, since they're both considered as half breeds, it's cool because one of them is basically, you know, the human side, and one is completely the vampire side. It's, I don't know, it's a nice yin and yang dynamic, which I find is weird. But this is basically the part where he proposes to Blade to join them, knowing full well that he just wants to fulfill the prophecy and use Blade's blood. Which I don't know if it's ever mentioned why they specifically need Blade's blood. Maybe
I think
you
it's
guys
something
can
about the blood of the Daywalker was in like the text or something. If you look closely at some of the texts that are being used, it's like it's very, very, very brief clips, but you can read some of the things it says, and I believe one of them says the blood of the Daywalker is required.
My God, so that's even more convoluted for this thing to have happened.
But
Jesus.
I mean, there's no way they planned this out. But I think in, you know, hindsight, you can look at it as they required Dracula's blood because he too is a Daywalker in this series later in the third film.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, that's weird. And so yeah, this is basically the before I play the clip of him throwing a little girl, you know, in the fucking street. This is basically the line that I wanted to reference. That's basically how would I say this? A hint that Deacon Frost was the one that turned Blade's mother. He says, well, they cut you from your mother's womb, which is, you know, the C-section part. Which how would he know? Maybe it can be seen as an offhand comment, but knowing the context later on, I think that it's a pretty telling line, which I think is interesting.
I always thought that was the case, actually, that he was the one who turned.
Well,
his
he is the one.
Yeah.
Well, a little backstory behind this scene. This was Stephen's first day on the set of the film, apparently. And David Fincher was there apparently David Fincher. So yeah, it's interesting.
This must be the scene that I heard the story about, that because where the origin point of them not liking each other, because Stephen Dorff felt like he kept underperforming and kept screwing up, and then Wesley Snipes was trying to coach him, but he's clearly not as good of an actor as Stephen Dorff, and it caused a friction between the two of them.
Well, it's not. It's. I mean, those rumors are true, but I guess what it was that I don't know whether Wesley Snipes trained at a school, an acting school, but I know he did, right? Stephen Dorff did,
if I recall.
So he's using techniques, whatever, and I guess Wesley Snipes is coming in raw. So yeah, there was.
Well, it's basically Wesley Snipes kind of put on his producer hat and was trying to tell the person who's the better actor how to act, and it rubbed.
Oh yeah, it's true. I did forget that Snipes was a producer on this. That's true.
I mean, you know, it's. I've worked with American actors before, and they do rely on the techniques that they've used, but sometimes it's just. I said this to one American actor, and he got insulted by it. I said, sometimes you just got to let go, man, and just be when you're doing something. And he got insulted because obviously he relies on the techniques that he's been taught and this, that, the other school, whatever. So sometimes let go is just as good as using a technique, if you know what I mean.
Like Laurence Olivier said to Dustin Hoffman on the set of Marathon Man, just try acting, darling.
Yeah. But I mean, sometimes actors do try to go deep. It's like if I had one scenario where this actor was just talking to this other person. It wasn't a significant scene, but he felt he had to go deep. I'm like, no. It's just like he's asking for a shopping list. That's all he's asking it for. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's but Americans take it really seriously, but British people that haven't trained in school don't. But some of them are really natural. So I don't know. Anyway.
Well, I just think that British actors are for me, you know, in terms of acting, I just think that British actors are they're just on a different level in comparison to American actors. As always, I've seen this ever since I was young. Well, for me, that's how I see it.
Well, I think working with American actors is far more easier than working with British actors. Then again, I've only worked with actors that are not are not successful. I've worked with a few stars, but I worked with Michael Einstein and Jeff Fahey in this horror film I was directing, and I just had to tell them one thing, and they got it. And I remember Jeff Fahey was saying to me, "Do you like that, Ian?" And I said, "Yeah." And he went, "I can do it another way, so you have a different version on the edit." And I went, "Fuck yes!" You know what I mean? So the Americans know all the techniques. They know all the they know all of it. But every time you work with a British person, obviously because there's not enough work here, it seems like they're always trying to find their feet. So I always find Americans are far more easier to work with personally. But
no one reacted to this Tracy Lords comment, by the way.
I have to say, in Dorf's defense, this would be a horrible scene for an actor to have to do on their first day. You're having to play this is so far into the story, and it's like, right, so Stephen, up until this point, this, and this has happened. Don't forget to put that in your face. Okay, cool.
You shouldn't. If he did his homework, you shouldn't have to tell him that. He should know.
For all I know, he could have got the script 2 days before.
True. That is true.
So,
too.
I mean, I just don't know when he was cast or whatever, but that can happen, as we know. People can drop out and people can come in very late, but it does seem like an interesting scene to start with on day one.
But that's the thing with American actors. When they get dropped into the deep end that way, they seem to cope better than British people. British people will scream and shout at this moment in time, but Americans, they just get on with it. Well, that's my experience.
Because Americans have this tendency to just be like, "Fuck it, just keep going."
Yeah,
they're like, "Let's just get this done with. I'm done. I don't care."
All right,
I don't know. My experience with British actors has been different from Ian's, but I find each actor's very different from the next. So but I've never had any problems working with Fleming. He's just on it all the time. You need another take, shall I do this?
I think I need to channel my inner Mr. Brown and say we're getting a bit bogged down in
Shall we move on?
Acting.
All right. I'll play the clip. Let's watch a 6-year-old.
I haven't heard Z or Golden in at least 10 minutes.
Okay, we're still looking at Tracy Lord's pictures.
I'll play the clip.
I love how the bus doesn't even attempt to break.
I think that guy, the pause right there sums up the whole thing. What the fuck just happened?
If he throws the girl like that, there's no way she's going to get up.
Oh, she's
smashed through things. She hits a concrete floor. There's no way that girl.
She's dead.
She's gonna have broken bones and everything.
Yeah, and even if she isn't, she's scarred for life. She just got thrown by a vampire through a hot dog cart. Like she'd never eat a hot dog again. Only tacos for her. Good for the future.
And the reason why I took this screen grab is because this is the screen grab right after she walks away from Blade, and everyone is unfazed. Nobody gives a shit about what the fuck just happened. Everyone's just there like, yeah, sure, cool. Another day, that's it.
It's like you got a young Orlando Bloom in the background there on his way to an audition in New York. Over the shoulder of the guy there.
That scene is even more breaking for the scene itself is like, just the conversation is a few minutes long, right?
Yeah.
He's nowhere near anywhere that he could get out of the sun. And it's presumably that he's been there for a little while because he's commandeered this girl from wherever. So we can argue that he's been in the sun for upwards of a half hour to an hour and has zero negative repercussions. Why in the hell aren't the vampires just always using sunscreen?
Yeah. Big pothole right there.
Yeah.
Perhaps they're too busy going to sleep.
Maybe it's in limited supply. Only comes in a small tube.
Oh God, I remember computer screens like that. Blimey.
CRT monitors.
Yeah, it's taking me back.
Yeah. So at this point, basically, you have Karen that's injecting herself with the cure. So I think that this one cures her permanently, which is, I mean, I don't know how fast she came up with that, but yeah. And so at this point, they get attacked by
This is a great point that my friend Stupenzo just brought up. How does one apply sunscreen to their eyeballs? That's a fantastic point.
They just
You
do
can't.
it.
You literally can't put the sunscreen on every part of your body.
Should be wearing a hat.
That's where they wear aviators, you know.
But he wasn't.
No, I know. It's it's a bit naff.
He should be wearing a hat.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, it's an issue with the movie, but it's something that recurs. It is annoying because it's very lore breaking, but still, it's passable because, well, it's Blade, you know.
It took them all this time to find where Blade was. Oh, for God's
yeah,
sake.
which is
And
stupid
also, okay, but go back. And also, so they're all wearing sunscreen.
I guess.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
So
It's true because this is during the day too, like right after supposedly.
That's a 2 billion. Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks that there's such a good movie there is such a breaking plot hole that anybody who if I show it to you, be like, oh, this movie's great. Like as soon as you get to that spot, someone questions it, and you're like, I don't have an answer for you. Sunscreen, I guess. I don't really like, you know. It's
But they are in defense. They are inside. So
yeah, so they could have arrived, you know, with like the car and then just
exactly.
Yeah, so that one, for sure.
I mean, they could, you know what, how they could have easily stopped this whole thing from being a problem? Have that be a day that was extremely cloudy.
Yeah,
that's actually true.
Yeah,
because they show a lot of sun. Yeah, maybe some overcast, something. It could have helped. And,
I like this scene actually. The scene coming up.
I do want to. Just let's get Golden in. He's been incredibly polite for a while. I want to
Stop being polite.
With the previous scene with the child, one thing I want to say is that I love it how Blade just turns to her and says, "Go home," like this child, just go home. Like first as a child, like it just shows how disconnected he is from just humanity in general. That, you know, the simple things that people would do after, you know, this child's gone through, well, many people have brought up here, like physical injuries, mental trauma. No, just fuck off, basically.
I think it's interesting too, because, you know, to bounce back on what you said, it's weird that he has more sympathy for the random woman in the hospital that looks like his mom, rather than a kid that he's literally seen thrown into the street, absolutely traumatized. He doesn't give a shit about her. He's just like, go home. It's like, I don't know. What would you even think as a kid about what this is?
Like, yeah, like they could have cleaned that up simply with, "Are you okay?" And if she like nods yes, you like, go home now. Like it being like get the hell out of here, like you're in danger kind of thing. But like just adding that, like, "Are you okay?" would have changed the whole dynamic.
Yeah. Also, she's hanging by her head there.
Yeah, she is.
So it's like, you know, that's trauma beyond belief that she's not going to grow up to be a normal person. Let's face it. After this,
didn't he pick her up by her neck?
He did. Yeah, picked up.
And he's basically like threatening, because like they can grow their
nails,
like, claws, their nails like claws. He's basically threatening to like slit her throat.
Yeah. But yeah, man, it's a weird
so
scene.
You don't have it in the because you don't have a clip of this. I love that he like punches the
lamp
and the shotgun just falls down. It's unfortunately you don't have that. But
no, I actually always thought that the shotgun was inside the lamp, but it's only on rewatch that I realized that it's on top. So when he hits it down, it drops from the top of the lamp, which I mean it's cool. Actually, it's really interesting. It's a fun way to hide your stuff, but I would have thought that it would have been, you know, inside the lamp structure, because it's like a triangle shape. Thought that would be easier to conceal.
It's like one of those bar lamps, like one of those overhead bar lamps. So I do actually. So right before you know, we just pre-decided this is where it's going to be. As I fumble all over my words, we have a little teaser trailer for the next episode, which will actually be next week. Bear with me. I threw this together in about 5 minutes before the show. So.
I thought it was done in 2.5 minutes. You said.
Yeah, well, I usually round up.
Good idea.
But here we go.
Nah, it'll be fine.
Nice.
Wait a
Right.
sec. So, is he? Are you doing a film with him or something?
Well, no, yeah, we're going to be talking next week with him. So when I got my start, as some of you know, and actually pretty much everybody in the chat knows, I started with zero experience on one of his happy hours. It was for Last Action Hero, which I suggested to him, and that was one year ago, as of like 6 days from now. So the next day, so it's not quite exactly 1 year, but it's as close as we could get with the Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I did for my.
Yeah, it's a 1 year. It's the 1 year anniversary of me being on his channel. He is going to be on my channel, and we're going to be doing Total Recall. So we're
what a choice!
Yeah.
Great choice. I take it the original Total Recall, not the remake.
Yeah, we'll probably touch on the remake a little bit, like talking about it, but we're definitely talking about the original.
Consider this a device.
Great movie.
But yeah, I'm very excited. It's a very awesome moment for me, like a full circle moment that, Drinker has been incredibly awesome to me, helped me with a lot of this stuff, helped me get monetized. And the fact that he's willing to do this is just, it's surreal, to be honest with you.
When is the stream?
It's next week. It's a special one. Normally we do every other week, but because of the timing, we're doing one next week.
Yes.
I'll have to look out for that one.
Yeah. Oh, trust me. I have a feeling that there's going to be, we've been averaging between 19 and like 25 people on this one. I could see myself get up to 27 for this one. So.
27 people on your stream.
Yeah.
What?
No. I'm saying watching at the same time.
Oh, I see.
No, it's just Drinker because
I might get more.
It's him and it's us two and him. I'm saying I was saying we might be able to get up to like 27 people watching. Just watch.
Okay.
28, including me.
But yeah, it's gonna be fun. Like it's. I don't want to harp on it too much because we still have quite a bit of this movie to go, but it's gonna be a really awesome time.
Yep.
Great stuff.
I'll give you guys my best Scottish accent, so be there.
So a French guy pretending to be Scottish. It's gonna be great.
Yes. It'll be great. And so yeah, back to the movie, and hope you guys are all looking forward to it next week. And yes, so now we basically have a death in the family. Boom. And it is Whistler.
Robin, by any chances?
Yeah.
And now from that awesome moment of the announcement, just to Chris Christopherson being dead.
No. See this scene with Wesley Snipes, right? Even though he doesn't show any emotion, he kicks out emotion in this scene by actually, when he walks off, you do feel for him. Do you know what I mean? He's a decent actor as far as I'm concerned.
I think he played it right.
Yeah, I think so too.
Even the fact of not looking at the corpse and just knowing who it was directly, that's a lot of emotion too, just that the character is conveying to the audience with subtlety.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty interesting. But
then he walked back and injected him and made him into a vampire.
I guess that's what.
I was waiting for I was waiting for the guy at the top to go, spoilers, what are you doing? Spoilers.
The guy, I like how you forgot my name. It's right there.
I know.
The guy.
I like doing it. So I can hear you say, my name is right here.
Put it in brackets after dark hour, the guy.
I can do that. Let's see. I think we actually we have like the full version. Oh no, we don't. Okay, so we can't put the.
It's a good scene though. I like.
Yeah, it is a good scene.
They did muller him though badly, didn't they?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. They did what to him?
Muller, beat.
Oh, beat. Okay. Sorry. I speak English. I'm sorry about that. So
you speak American English.
You speak American English.
I've been told that American English is closer to original English. Thank you.
That's a lie.
You've been informed wrong.
Who told you that, sir?
Exactly.
The internet, and the internet has never lied.
I think you were told that by AI.
Possibly, that's a possibility.
And so yeah, basically, right now after the death scene, there's a Deacon Frost that leaves the tape, the play me stuff like Jigsaw, and basically, it's basically the VHS of them capturing Karen's character, and this is where you get a nice suit up scene with Blade, where he's preparing his silver bullets, and all of the.
Can you rewind back real quick to the VHS?
Yeah.
I can't believe that this is what used to pass for like home releases.
Nah, well, obviously it's a shot of the screen. Isn't it?
It's shot on the screen.
No, but I mean, like, you see like record, like, like stuff that's on VHS, and you're like, I look at it now, and I'm like, wow,
you're absolutely right.
I can't believe that this is what it was. Like, going back to that stuff, it seems so terrible. But
well, I watched a bit of Raiders of the Lost Ark on, got it on VHS, and I watched it on my VHS player actually last week, and I was really shocked at the quality of that compared to what we see now. So, but there you go. Yeah, crazy.
And so
we
have.
Do you remember the first time you plugged in a HDMI cable?
Yeah, yeah.
And you saw how high definition everything was.
Yeah,
and now that doesn't even look that great compared to like 4K.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just gonna keep evolving and going ahead.
Well, there is like a maximum that the human eye can see, can perceive. Like, I don't know where it is, but we're getting close to it. There's eventually
I don't want any more upscaling. Thank you. I can see enough.
I've bought the same movies and video games enough times. Damn it.
How many times am I going to buy Bridge Too Far, guys? It's like, 7 different versions of it now.
It's like that line in Men in Black when he shows him the tiny little disc, and he's like, I'm going to have to buy the black album again, or no, the white album again. That's it. But to buy the white album again because of this thing.
I mean, even in terms of digital releases, you look at 720p from, let's say, 2005, 2006, and you try and watch that today. It's absolutely god awful. You can barely watch that shit.
Yes, 720 is bad, but 1080 still holds up today.
Yeah, 1080 still holds up for sure, but 720 is absolutely abysmal for those years.
Yeah,
and then we've got the bike. We only see the bike one time, which is now, and then in the scene later, which I think is, I don't know. What do you guys think? Would you ever like to see more of the bike?
I would have.
I think it's in the film enough to get some toy merchandising on the go, which was probably
I'd like to see the bike in 8K and sit really close to the screen. Professor R2.
Yeah, well, I was watching. I got the 4K of Back to the Future, and right at the very ending when Doc Brown appears. Before, and he says, Marty, you gotta come with me. You can see the stuntman in the car. That's how clear it was. That's how clear it was. I shit you not, seriously.
Yeah, it's funny because have you ever heard and now we're getting bogged down in weird shit now, but have you ever heard like what they did for My Name is Earl, the show My Name is Earl?
No.
Because they were filming it in an HD aspect ratio. But they knew it was going to be in a 4:3 ratio on most TVs. They filmed weird shit in the spots that were going to get cut off on the edges. So that way, when it eventually got released on DVD years later, you could see like these weird outtakes and stuff that were in the scenes, like people holding signs and stuff and being like, "Wow, HD is great, isn't it?" You got to go check that out. It's fantastic little like Easter eggs that they just built right into the episodes.
And that's pretty interesting. And I mean, so for me, this shot is basically like straight out of Terminator. I don't know if you guys get that feeling when you see it.
A little bit, yeah. It's got some Terminator feel to it.
But didn't he have a bike in the comics, though? Did he not?
Everybody has a motorcycle in the comics. Even people who fly have motorcycles for some reason in the comics.
It's a cool bike, though.
Yeah.
This is something that I may need some clarification on that I didn't understand concerning his plant. So I don't really get the point of this scene with his plant.
Is it a garlic plant? Maybe,
I don't know. He just cuts off the roots.
The roots.
That's it.
Does anybody know? Golden? See?
Nope.
Nope.
That's the one with the red flowers on top, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, they show it multiple times, and it definitely had some sort of significance that they never really explain.
I think it's called the MacGuffin plant.
Yeah, I think it belongs to Whistler. Did it not?
I don't know.
Maybe he destroys it because Whistler's gone. I don't know.
It's whatever you want it to be.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like the briefcase from Pulp Fiction. Use your imagination.
Yeah.
And so I like this little scene of Karen antagonizing Frost. I think it's pretty cool. And she basically does that comparison of calling a vampirism an STD, which I don't know, with all the sexual stuff that's with vampirism nowadays. I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
especially at the time in 1998 when people were still dying of AIDS.
Yeah, and
he gets pissed off, doesn't he, in this scene?
Yeah, he does. He does. I think that he gives a pretty good performance when he's pissed off, basically saying that he's gonna be the best. You know, they're the top of the food chain. They're vampires. They're the next step of a human evolution. All the random stuff that you hear from vampire stuff, basically, in most vampire movies.
Stephen Dorff is like well known for his like going from like calm to angry in films. Like that's like one of his best transitions that he makes, because he does it very seamlessly, but like but convincingly in a lot of movies.
Wasn't he in Black Phone?
Possibly.
He was the Black Phone. You ever heard that horror film Black Phone?
The new one?
The Black Phone, yeah. Wasn't he the main villain in it?
No, that was what's his name? Uma Thurman's husband. I forget his name. Wait, let me just look it up. Ethan Hawke. That was Ethan Hawke.
Of course.
Yeah. But yeah, and
Uma Thurman's ex-husband.
Ex-husband? I thought they were still married.
No, they don't. I don't think they're together, are they?
I think so. Actually.
No, I think they're still together. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And so now let me play the clip of Blade's arrival, basically. And
great.
Yeah, let's go.
He's got shitty throws at you. You like the sword, you got the sword, exactly. Shit, you throw it in the air, catch it underneath. Exactly. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Oh,
fantastic editing there in that sequence.
It's interesting because
I would also like to say fantastic editing on behalf of the Uninspired Reviewer, who somehow never gets us taken down.
Sorry, Z, go ahead, mate.
I was just going to say this shot's very reminiscent of the foyer scene in The Matrix.
Yes,
with all the guards firing towards him, and it just annihilating every single one of them.
Even when the guards are just lining up, it's basically, shot for shot sometimes, which is pretty interesting.
Also, they all firing, but none of them hit him for some reason. They're bad than stormtroopers.
The will of the Force, I believe.
Yeah,
is what that's called in every movie.
I guess.
Just to let everyone know, Ethan Hawke divorced Uma Thurman in 2005.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance for you with Ethan Hawke. That is true.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, he's married to someone called Ryan, so you never know.
Oh, since I was referencing the Terminator effect, this basically is a shot that I just think belongs in a Terminator movie that I'll play.
No, please, I just work for them.
That so could have been Arnold Schwarzenegger. That was eliminated.
I mean, the fact that he's one-handing a shotgun, it's very Terminator-esque.
Yes.
Poor guy was just working for them.
Dude, I'm just trying to pay my mortgage.
72 days till retirement.
Yeah.
I'm too old for this shit.
Man. That
Blade really went full Magneto in that scene. I was just following orders. Don't care.
Well, I think that it's great, and especially the references to Terminator also comes from the way that it's shot and the color correction. I don't know if it's color correction since it's on film, but just the aesthetic of it also.
Yeah,
it's got a very blue.
Yeah, very blue. I mean,
wow, did we sync that up so perfectly right there? That was fantastic.
That's Cameron's thing, isn't it? He likes the blue color.
He likes blues.
Yeah,
it looks it'll always just randomly pop in like a real like warm colored scene to just bring refocus your eyes and bring your attention back to the blue again.
It sort of makes it look a bit metallic, which is weird, but I like it. I think that it's pretty interesting. And so we've got Blade that's gonna fight these guys, and these are fight scenes, so I've got a lot of like cool clips lined up. So this is the first one.
So we're gonna be here for another 6 hours, everybody.
Oh, don't worry, they're like 5-second clips. Let me give you the first one.
Well, Matrix influence there.
I mean,
influence on the Matrix. I mean,
her face gets a bit fat in this scene, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
She goes full Lizzo.
Yeah.
Well, like,
should I mention that? It was body shaming, was it? I shouldn't have mentioned
Oh.
it.
It's okay if it's Lizzo. You're allowed to body shame Lizzo because she body shames people.
It's true.
Oh,
that was a great stop right there.
Good breed. And also nice teeth again.
It's just
That'll
the
never
sound
happen
effects, you know?
Yeah,
It's
you
a
couldn't. You
woman.
couldn't do this movie in England. Apparently,
It's
the
a
teeth would never
woman.
work.
You'll never have it today. It's a woman.
Well, I was. Yeah. It's,
So,
I
yeah,
just.
so-
These are basically just people who are designed to show you that. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nasty.
Yeah.
And you know what? Let's play the clip.
CGI.
This whole portion just reminds me of like inside the actor's studio. Like, hey, we have a clip of that, right? Let's go.
CGI blood.
Well, is that CGI blood?
Yeah, CGI blood. Yeah.
I think that still holds up well. That shot.
I'm not so sure. I mean, play it again. I think that she actually blew up and that was real blood. I'm just joking. You don't have to play it.
It feels very comic book, which is appropriate.
Yes, it's definitely CGI blood.
That is definitely one thing that this movie kind of got a great balance on. It did get realistic stuff as it went along, but it never lost its grounding in comics. There was always they always kind of found a way to go back into it.
Yeah. And so this is basically the big scene where Blade discovers that his mom was turned. Well, he just knows that his mom was turned into a vampire. He's not sure if it's Deacon Frost yet, but the fact that she's living with him in his bed specifically, might be a sign. And what do you guys think of this scene? I'd like to hear it from you guys as the fact that Blade meets his mother for the first time.
I think it's a good scene, like filmed wise. It's a little weird that she's kind of like trying to sleep with him, but like from a filming perspective. But I don't necessarily think it was 100% necessary. Like it could have easily been said that like in the fight later, like by the way, I'm the one who bit your mother kind of thing. I don't think they needed to have this whole sequence. I can see why they did it, but not saying it's a bad scene. I just don't think it's 100% necessary.
The others on the panel?
Z would be next in order.
I'm going to be the minority again because I actually like this. I didn't see the twist coming, and I thought, excuse me, I thought it was kind of interesting that she'd actually sided with Deacon rather than embracing her son when she came face to face with him after all these years.
Yeah, I mean, she even says, I think the vampires are my clan now, or something, are my family, or are my clan now, or something like that. Which I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting. What do you think, Golden Age?
I mean, not just about the scene, just the whole twist in general, I think feels a little bit tacked on in some places. And I know maybe I'm popular for saying that, but I kind of get the same feeling with this as with most superhero movies nowadays, where the hero and the villain, there's loads of similarities, and the villain is essentially the hero, but evil. And it kind of feels the case with this, how they tried to force the story to go full circle when I don't really know if it needed to do that, because then it kind of feels that it's that whole thing with the coincidence and how it feels so structured and what's the word I'm looking for?
Formulaic.
Yeah, it does feel like that. It gets rid of everything up until this point felt very natural in terms of how he's encountered these people who are working in the cities, taking them all out. But this kind of feels like the writers going, right, well, we have to put something that's going to really attach Blade to this situation, where you've already got him going to save Karen. You've already got him going to save her. But this kind of feels like another sort of addition, and it just comes across as unnecessary to me. But that's just my thoughts.
I sort of agree with you, to be honest. I feel like it's unnecessary to bring the mother in, but what do the rest of our panelists think?
Lance?
I haven't really got anything to add. I seem to recall when I was watching this scene in the cinema, the most prominent and important thought to me at the time was, who is this woman? I wonder if she's single. Yeah, I mean, I liked the twist. I thought the twist was good. It felt like this scene could have come somewhere else.
I was actually thinking that myself. This feels like something you would do in a sequel.
I did wonder if it. I mean, nowadays this might be a post-credit scene, for example. You know, setting up the next movie. But I did wonder if this scene could have come at the very end. But you know, I think listen, it works perfectly fine, and I like the way it's shot. And good use of the set and everything. But yeah, I haven't got anything to add. Everybody's already echoed anything else I would say, so I'll save the running time.
I think I'm hoping that Ian doesn't like it because there's something he hasn't said in this particular stream yet that he's known for.
Oh,
I what you call it? I think this scene adds a lot of weight to the character of Blade, and also Wesley Snipes' performance, but it doesn't make any sense, and I'll tell you why. Because why didn't Frost use her to get to Blade? He's known she's alive all this time, yet he's fucking around with a little girl and chucking her across the street and.
You mean use her at the very beginning to
exactly
track him?
Yeah, exactly. Use her. I've got your mum. You better come, otherwise I'm going to chop her head off or something. You know, something like
true.
That. And
it's true.
It doesn't
I
make any
believe
sense.
so. By the way, Jay Goodwin, I do believe so. I'd have to go and double check that, but I'm not. I know a lot about comics, but Blade is not in my wheelhouse of knowledges very much.
But so before I was rudely interrupted, by the way. So I do like the scene, but I don't think it belongs in the film at all because it definitely, the logic is not there. It just makes no sense to me. But still didn't enjoy. You didn't spoil my enjoyment, and I still like this film. It's really weird, isn't it? So many errors, but I still like the movie.
One thing, let's just go back real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
One thing that's amazing. That's great. The contrast of him being in all black and her being all white in an all white room I just love the look of it. Like from a visual perspective, the like yin and yang, like you said before, but he's, it just works so well in this room specifically. And you also have like that he just came from another darkened room.
The dark room behind him.
It's weird because like she's aligned with that which you would perceive as the dark side of the force, so to say, in this universe of the vampiric, and he's the one who's kind of wearing it, which is I think is pretty cool. That's all I had to say about that.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting thing, man. But I personally like the scene. I do feel like it's tacked on in terms of adding it to the story because, well, as Mega Geek said, why not use the mom before, since he clearly knows that the mom is a big thing, because in the scene right after when they just come in and beat him and electrocute him, it's like, oh yeah, well, I'm the one that turned your mother. It's like, yeah, okay, so that it's something that'll affect Blade mentally, but you still don't fucking use it. It's just stupid.
With this, right? I get the impression that the script was written and it all made sense, but then something happened and somebody interfered and they had to take certain scenes out, and that's why you got this kind of. Because I can't believe that David S. Goyer is going to write something that doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure he's a good writer. Well, obviously he has, but we don't know whether those ones were interfered with either. Usually, good writers, and I think he is a good writer, to tell you the truth, their stuff gets interfered with, and then you lose track as you're trying to build the film. If somebody says take that out, suddenly you forget if that bit's missing, then it's going to affect this bit. And sometimes it just goes way over your head. And when you're in the editing room, you're like, what the fuck? Do you know what I mean? So maybe it happened with this film. Maybe it happened with Man of Steel, Superman and Batman thing. You never know. You never know. I can't believe he'd make a huge error like this. Any writer would make a huge error like this. Anyway, that's my thoughts.
Even though the film holds up well, I feel it does have traces here and there of too many cooks, and it might have just got lucky that they were still able to, because of the strong performances, and it's got great dialogue here and there.
Yeah,
that they were still able to edit a great movie out of it because it looks fantastic. But I think there are fingerprints of several people on it here and there where it feels a little bit like, oh, hang on a minute. I think it's probably fair to say Ian may well be right there.
Yeah. And then so yeah, basically after this they get captured, and there's Blade and Karen that are locked up, and they're transported to what is called, let me check my notes, the Temple of Eternal Night, which is, I don't know, I think that it could have been named better.
Yeah, it's extremely bright for something called the Temple of Eternal Night.
Is that Scientology, is it? I don't know.
And you've got Quinn on the side with Blade's sunglasses. He's saying thank you for the glasses. And it's basically just setting up everything in terms of the
Wait a sec. Is that
what?
that guy that was in the second Matrix movie?
Possibly the Merovingian. Possibly.
Yeah. Is that him?
No, that's not him. He's
He looks like him.
It does look like him, but the Merovingian is a French actor.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
know,
recognize
but
him.
it does look
no,
like him a lot.
It does look like him. It does. And so they're basically setting up the blood ritual, and he takes Blade's sword, and this, I mean, the running gag just continues with the deacon that says, hang out your arm. That you basically have Quinn that's on the verge of tears, like again.
I just grew this back.
And then so we have the serum, which I think it's a pretty effective scene, but it's the setup of having the serum basically being thrown away by Deacon, and then they set Karen in the pit while all the others go and take their places for the blood rituals.
Right.
And I like the concept of the pit having some people that basically don't turn, but they just become zombies. Is what they say. And
they actually set up for that earlier in the movie by mentioning zombies' existence.
Yep. And then this is where we find what's his name, Curtis, basically from the hospital, which I think it's in terms of the scene and the pacing, I think it's good. However, I do think that it's unnecessary. It is cool to see what Curtis is doing after that, even though it's pretty sad if you think about it in the grand scheme of things. But she basically just falls into the pit, knocks him out in less than a minute, and then escapes. That's it.
Yeah, the scene is definitely just tacked on to just be like, hey, remember this guy?
Yeah, I do like the way she escapes though, with just a massive bone and she's clawing her way out, which is pretty cool.
This is where the film slowed down for me.
Yep.
Yeah, we're probably like I have very little to say about this whole sequence personally because it
felt longer than it needed to be, right?
Yeah,
because they just kind of keep it. This is kind of like the info dump section. Where they explain the ritual and explain why they need the blood and who this and that. So it's like there's probably quite a few slides, but very little to say about each one of them.
Is that the Wesley Snipes action figure? Go back one. Is that they taken the top off the
now available in blister pack?
Yeah.
Oh, but he did have a really great physique for the role,
Yeah. Oh man, he had to pump his iron for this film, didn't he? Let's face it. Jeez.
Oh, for sure. And this is a weirdly sensual scene that I don't know. It's so weird rewatching this. I don't know about you guys, but just the fact that I don't know, it's still her son, I don't get this.
Put out a mystery.
I think what it's representing is partially the her loss of humanity. And like that is kind of like a human rule, a human law, like whatever. Like it's there's a lot of other creatures that doesn't apply. So whether it be like animals, insects, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like the aversion to incest is extremely human. So it might be trying to play into that a little bit.
I don't know, man. It's just weird for me, to be honest.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's because you're a human. It's weird. But like I'm saying, like that's why she's no longer a human. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
Yeah, it's true. It could work, but and then just the blood ritual and all of that. And this is where she basically kills one of the council members.
What I wouldn't have given for that to be the end of the movie, be like, well, now we only have 11. Thanks, bitch. And it's like, and then it's cut to the credits.
I think her name is Mercury. And she's
like
played by Arlie Jover, which I'm not too familiar with apart from Blade. So Then yeah, so at this point, Karen basically frees Blade from giving away the blood, but he's lost too much blood, and so it's his blood that's dripping on the foreheads of everyone, or of the council members, and so he basically feasts on Karen, which I do. Well, before I give my thought, what do you guys think about the entire sequence of Blade feasting and his reaction afterwards?
We should add some ketchup with it. I don't know. Maybe some sour
Well,
cream. I don't know.
he definitely like gyrates in like a way that this is that sex scene that Ian never got earlier in the film. So
hell yeah,
when she was just going, don't
oh,
stop,
dark hour, stop
don't
it. Sorry.
Stop. don't
stop. No, she was saying stop, wasn't she?
No, she's saying don't stop.
Oh, don't stop.
Yeah,
yeah, she was.
Oh.
It's really weird and sensual. For
Well,
some reason,
he's giving into his animalistic side.
Yeah, but they weren't afraid to do that in movies, though, in the 80s or 90s, and I think it's perfectly okay. Things.
Oh,
like
for sure.
That, you know what I mean? I just don't understand why it's not okay today. You know,
because
like, well,
you know, people will get offended.
Well,
and being offended is the worst crime you could have.
Yeah, you can't
commit.
spend your whole life avoiding being offended. You're going to get offended sooner or later. You know, anyway, let's just carry on with Blade.
Yeah, move along.
And so yeah, we basically have a Stephen Dorff that receives the blood of Blade and I think completes the ritual. And oh man, so many flashing lights in this scene. It was hard to watch. That's something that I really despise about the 90s is there's so many flashing lights. For example, you watch something like Event Horizon, constant flashing lights, strobing effects. It's crazy. And then, again, the scene. This is basically the scene where Blade kills his mother, which
and some really bad CGI as well.
Yeah, really bad skeleton CGI.
Stephen Dorff or Deacon was supposed to turn into this big kind of blood swarm thing, which then they got at the footage and it looked terrible, and you kind of see it at the end when he dies. But
like the blob thing.
Yeah, the blob. That's what it was supposed to be originally, like this blood that swarmed around the room that Blade couldn't quite attack because it kept changing form. I guess Terminator 2-esque kind of vibe. But yeah, it didn't work, and it looked terrible when they got it into post. So that's when they had to do the reshoot with the sword fight.
And then
I mean, that's one of the better sword fights you'll see.
Yeah, you look at the effects on the eyes.
I think that looks really good. I quite like it. I think it's just very, very horrific.
Yeah, it is. I just think that you can really tell on the side of the eyes, like you can tell that it's just added on. It doesn't look like a seamless thing, especially on the left eye. Maybe on the right eye it looks much better because it's in the shade a bit, you know.
Yeah.
And then after this, I actually have a clip to play. So,
well, hey.
You got 2 new hands, Blade. I don't know which one to use to kill you with.
Can you get Donald on the phone? I want to know how he regrew his head back.
Yeah,
that's the thing you see with this is like, you know, it was trying to be cool and it was cool. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When he catches those glasses, it was cool. Any other person playing Blade, it wouldn't be cool. But Wesley Snipes, he has that thing about him that he's really cool, doesn't he? So,
well, I mean, for Blade, so basically, I think it's David S. Goyer that said this. They considered only 3 actors for Blade, so it was Denzel, Fishburne, and Wesley Snipes. But David S. Goyer said that Wesley Snipes was his like one and only choice. But I wonder how it would have been if Denzel or Lawrence Fishburne was in the role.
Well, Lawrence and Denzel, they don't know at that time. They didn't know martial arts, did they? I mean, Wesley Snipes was a black belt in whatever, so it just made sense to cast him as Blade.
I was actually thinking about this earlier when I was driving. Because in the original comics, he's British. Blade is British, and who would they have? I was like, who?
Rightly so.
Yeah, I was like, who would they choose? If it had to be a British actor, and I was like, oh, Idris Elba's
Lenny Henry.
The first one I thought it was Idris Elba.
Idris Elba was like
Trevor
10
McDonald.
Trevor McDonald.
I'm just saying, like if they did it now, I guess it would be Idris.
Oh,
Elba.
now.
I think just his name's gone completely out of my head now.
Adrian Lester.
No, he's quite.
John Boyega.
Zeke is quite.
Yeah, I
slow,
was about to
think.
say that. See, John Boyega. Yeah.
No, I was. Oh God, I've forgotten his name.
What's he in?
I saw him in Season in the Congo on stage, and he was absolutely phenomenal. But it's an actor that's been in absolutely loads. Hang on, I'll Google him. I'll find out. Give me a second.
Yeah,
Was he? I didn't know he was meant to be British in the comics.
Yeah, originally he was. He was like raised in like a British brothel or something like
was
that.
he? Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't imagine anyone playing Blade other than Wesley.
Well, they've since like it's one of those like reverse osmosis things where now like all of the traits from the Wesley Snipes version have kind of become part of the
character itself.
The comic. Yeah, the character itself.
But do you see the TV show? The guy they cast as Blade was nothing. It was just like he was like L.A. Cool J. It was this guy with
what
ball
TV
head.
show? A Blade TV show?
Yeah, the Blade TV show. Yeah,
yeah, it only lasted one season.
TV series was not good.
Terrible. Absolutely
awful. He looks awful.
The actor I was thinking of was Chewie Ejiofor.
Oh, him. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely has the acting chops to carry off the role. And when I saw him on
though.
stage, he was physically as ripped as.
He wouldn't do it.
But he wouldn't do it. But he's an actor who could have played the role.
Yeah, it's too serious.
Yeah, you know, I think that he could do it, but yeah, as Mega Geek said, I think that he's too serious. Like he tried too much to be cool that it would come off as trying too hard instead of it just flowing naturally.
I don't think he would have been a better choice than Wesley Snipes. I just think of the range of British actors we had, I think he would be the best choice.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And so
I'm just gonna I'm gonna rapid fire some things here that people were saying during that whole you can keep going.
Oh yeah,
I'm just gonna throw like random things on there that people were saying as we were going through like all the
so basically well, go ahead, Mega Geek.
No, I was just saying Denzel's too heavy now, isn't he? He's the man
well, I mean, he's doing Equalizer 3 soon.
Yeah, but he's got good stunt people, isn't he? Let's face it. So, so yeah.
Yeah. So right now I'm gonna play a clip. So now I guess we've entered the third act fight scenes, and I'm gonna bombard you guys with fight scenes. So
yeah, just play a few of them in a row, I guess.
Enjoy.
Quick, before Dark Hour falls asleep.
He's talking about fall asleep. That was fantastic.
Oh, man.
I have never, of the people on this panel, I am one of the ones who has never fallen asleep on a stream.
No, it's just the way you said, yeah, I guess just play a few of them in a row. I don't care.
Well, no, I
like
get on
with it, man.
No, it's like I like the fight, so it's like I feel like they flow better together.
I'm only teasing.
Let me give you another one.
There's golden scene right there.
That's the track playing that was written especially for the movie.
Where's so they're attacking him one at a time? How many people?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, that is a problem with this movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit.
And then after that, you've got this poor man and his poor.
Vex is
family.
right. The fight scenes are my coffee.
Yeah, so basically up next we've got the poor man and his poor family jewels, basically. So let's see.
There's some serious hate behind that right there. That's anger and like
well, he's angry because Stephen said to him, "Look, you're not a better actor than me."
years of oppression just coming out through his feet right there.
Look at that muzzle flash, my lord!
Everybody, take a drink.
And yeah, so this is Karen fighting with Mercury, if I remember her name correctly, and. Well, so this scene. Well, let me play it, and then after that, we'll discuss it because it contradicts what they had said.
I'm really gonna enjoy this now.
Why does that contradict what they set up?
They said that the garlic makes them go into like anaphylactic shock, but it's her head exploded, man. That's not.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Wasn't it? Was it garlic water or holy water?
No, they said holy water doesn't do shit.
Yeah,
it's,
holy water
it's
doesn't.
garlic. It's like garlic and silver nitrate.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I mean, maybe the silver, but I mean, they said that it would just do anaphylactic shock, and you had to, brain or heart. So it's
Yeah.
technically...
Unless you have blonde hair, in which case your head explodes. That was in the small print. You got to check.
Z and Golden. Well, let's start with you guys. Let's start with Z on the fights that we've seen so far.
Well, the one you've got up here is absolutely ridiculous because they spend about 30 seconds just spin kicking each other and missing.
Absolute nonsense.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, what the hell are you guys doing?
Oh man!
I was expecting that Indiana Jones moment where he just pulls out
the gun
stake and throws it at him. But no, they just continue to spin kick each other and miss. It's so funny.
It's absolute nonsense. I don't even know why they kept this in the movie. I was gonna ask Dark Hour, since you're the fight expert, but
I can say that I have been in sparring matches where like stuff like that has happened, but it looks equally stupid when you're trying to do it for real too. So it's like where you just keep doing the same motions over and over again, and the person is moving out of the way of it or something. It doesn't look cool. I don't know why they left it in. But Golden, what's your opinion on that? On the fights in general that we've seen, not specifically that one, but all like we're gonna do more fights, but I want to get everybody's opinions while they're going on.
With one of the first opponents that he took down, this was one of the guys wearing sunglasses or shades as well, and I love it how Blade hits him in the face once, waits for his sunglasses to fall off, then takes him down. He's kind of like, "Hey, bitch, that's my thing."
Man.
Fight choreographer was absent that day, so they just used the choreographer from Breaking.
Oh man, I don't know. I just think that it's funny. But then after that, they've got the the setup of because when Mercury basically killed one of the council members, she kicked Blade's sword into the wall, and so the entire fight up until now was Blade basically running to get his sword, and this is when he finally gets it. And once he gets it, they just disintegrate behind him, which is pretty cool. And
I don't know. I get the impression, and I think it's really bad editing, or they didn't finish the effect. Is that when he swung his sword, he literally chopped those two, and then they disappeared.
Yeah.
If you look at the shot very carefully, that's the impression I got. But it's so badly edited that you have to come to that. I came to that conclusion thinking, well, why would they disintegrate when he hasn't even touched them? So I think he just went and cut them or sliced them, and then they disappear.
Well, as Deacon said, he does the thing, throws it in the air, catches it underneath. It's like I love that line, by the way. That whole back and forth between Quinn and just shut the fuck up. Like it's like such a great back and forth. That's definitely a back and forth between two guys who have dealt with each other for a very long time.
The guy who plays Quinn, did he not play the detective in that long run in Gotham series?
Yes, he was.
Donald Logue
Harvey, wasn't he?
was in Gotham.
Harvey Bullock.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Yeah,
I lost him on a film because of that show, so I definitely know that.
I knew him somewhere. He's a really good actor, actually.
Yeah,
no, he is.
Yeah,
I like his acting.
Yeah.
And so yeah, this is basically Deacon Frost versus Blade, and the final fight of the movie, which you can clearly tell that is not any of them, to be honest with you.
What are you talking about? Of course it's them.
That's Steven Dorff right there for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. He just he looks different, maybe he ate something different in the morning, but
probably. Do you know the guy on the left? It looks like Robbie Downey Jr. when he was in that film. That's what it looks
when he was in the one that we did last time, Tropic Thunder.
Yeah.
He looks like Steve James, who used to be in all the Cannon movies from American Ninja.
Yeah, could be.
Could well be him.
So I'll play a clip of the sword play, and then you guys let me know what you think.
Do you know what I did enjoy that sequence, but they did the close-ups with the stars, obviously, but you can tell that they're mostly
you can clearly tell.
Yeah, stunt people.
I mean, for Stephen Dorff, you can tell because the hair is different on the back of his head.
Yes.
For the
play it one more time, real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you can see it's got like that random like flip up in the back that he doesn't have. Yeah.
Yep.
Sometimes they do this thing called the Texas switch, where they'll have a stuntman and he'll be in shot and then he'll fall out of frame and then they put the real actor in. They move the camera and the real actor's on the ground. So that's called a Texas switch. But they never did it in this, obviously. But
I do agree here with Vex. It's probably not the best choreography in terms of sword fights.
Yeah.
It's a little Star Warsy, like prequel era Star Warsy. But when you think about it in context, they're both
super
powerful, and they're both essentially like they have like super reflexes and stuff. So it does sort of fit.
Yeah.
And it like I said, it may not be the best sword play you'll see, but it's by far not the worst. It's not close to the worst.
Yeah, I think
it's very passable.
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. I think it's one of the better scenes you'll see.
Yeah.
No, I won't say one of the best scenes you'll see, but one of the better scenes you'll see.
I like the fact that there's sparks each time that they hit. I just think it sells you on that power level that they have.
Yeah.
And so we basically got Stephen Dorff's hand that gets cut off, and is
the most ridiculous thing of all time.
Terrible CGI.
Yeah.
So I didn't clip this scene, but I did clip his hand regenerating because it has even worse CGI. So let's check this out. And you've also got a Blade just mouthing "what the fuck" because I don't know why he doesn't say it. It's weird. Let me just play the clip.
I'm not sure if they were maybe going for like the fact that like they wanted you to just hear the like ominous music kind of thing.
I don't know, man.
But I mean, from time to time, you will do that to yourself in like a situation where like you could actually say like "what the fuck" out loud, but you kind of just like mutter it to yourself, and you like what the fuck, like like real low. So that could have been like that, like an actual disbelief thing.
That's true. Well, I mean, because Blade has never encountered anything like this before, so it could be normal.
And he didn't even encounter it in the first cut of the movie. So it's
I think also what it could be is I feel like if he was to verbally say it out loud, it would be more of an emotional response, but him kind of mouthing it kind of gives the impression that yes, he is shocked by it, but at the same time he's thinking about what's he going to do now. It's not as much as an emotional response as it is a logical one.
That's actually a good remark. Yeah, I could actually see it that way now that you mention it. But well, look, that's Stephen Dorff in the corner over there.
Golden Age doesn't butt in very often, but when he does, it's poignant.
Yeah, but you called him polite, which means we're all rude.
I mean,
yeah, Dark Hour.
Yeah, Dark Hour.
I'm part of the group of rude people.
That much is certain.
I mean, I'm the American here. I'm supposed to be rude. So
wonderful line from Star Trek there.
Yeah, well spotted, Ian.
Oh man!
This is the Force bit where the girl gets stuck with a lightsaber and she's all right. She's got a plaster on her wound and she's fine.
Oh man! Right after this, Stephen Dorff has a line that I just really like, so I clipped it. So let me play that for you.
Look at you! You're a little bitch.
He's got such a great like douchebag voice. He really does. Like if I recall correctly, that like there's a whole thing about, he had like a whole like anti-smoking campaign years ago because he said he like started smoking at a very young age. He's got that like raspy kindness, which just works so well with when he says like douchebaggy lines like that.
Yeah,
like
look at.
I wouldn't be surprised if that line was improvised.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Especially considering the fact they were pissed off at each other at this point.
Oh yeah, and they would have had to have come back to do some reshoots for that, so probably even more pissed off with each other by then.
This is 101 stupidness for villains, isn't it? I mean, it happened in John Wick 4. It happened in what is it? Kick-Ass, where they think the thing that's going to give the hero power is the thing that's, you know what I mean? It's such a cliche now, isn't it?
This was it. Vex has it right here. It was he switched to e-cigarettes. That's what it was.
Oh, okay.
And well, yeah. So you've got this the setup of the sword that we've seen several times, and also the setup that it got stuck in there. And I don't really know how the vials don't break because the vials themselves are still glass. So yeah, but I guess essentially,
you didn't clip him throwing all of them.
No. My God. It was so weirdly cut too and edited. It's just like
yeah,
they sped it up.
No, well, they did it's really weird, isn't it? What they did to it. They kind of really sped up. Maybe they didn't have the shots that were done, and so they figured that's the only way to express how he threw it fast.
Because it was all part of the reshoot, this whole sequence. So I'm sure it wasn't quite as well coordinated as everything else.
For sure. And yeah, so here we got Dark Hour's requested line.
I love this line.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
I love that line for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, it's a famous line now. Everybody quotes it when they think
because it doesn't make any sense.
Because I tried it, and you definitely can't ice skate uphill. So
well, I think what he's saying is that he was trying to take him out, but everyone's always trying to take me out, but they've got to learn that you can't. That's
I get what he means. I'm just saying, it's just so out of nowhere. And it's definitely you could tell that it was like was it you, Lance, who was saying that it was probably ad? I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't even have that in the script. They were like, we just need something right here. What do you got? And it's something he had heard at some point and he just used it.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Some motherfuckers always trying to
ice skate up the hill.
Ice skate up it. It's so weird. I don't know, man, but I mean, it works for the scene, I guess. I don't know.
This is also true from Vex. Vex knows this movie pretty well.
Vex loves Blade.
Yeah, it's not a Henry Cavill movie, so I'm quite surprised that she.
Yeah, Morbius.
But the Morbius tease was actually supposed to be the director himself was playing Morbius in the scene.
Yeah, they actually shot it.
Yeah,
actually shot the scene. Yeah.
What, so Morbius was supposed to appear now?
He was meant to appear in the middle of the film where Blade makes a reference to him, and he was on top of a roof, but they obviously didn't cast anyone, so the director just put the costume on. And
Morbius and Blade are like intrinsically connected in the comics.
Yeah, they are.
I think that cut scene is on the Blu-ray anniversary edition or something somewhere. Yeah.
Then since Deacon Frost has been injected, he basically just turns into Violet Beauregard and explodes. So let me play the clip.
That's like me after eating a curry.
Oh no!
How did he not get any blood in him? How come there's no blood in? Is this after it happened?
Actually, there's never an instance of blood on him at all in this entire movie.
On Blade,
vampire blood cannot stay on his body or something.
Maybe it evaporates, to be honest. But
yeah,
I don't know.
The only time that there's blood on him, it's that very brief shot of his wrist when she takes him out of the chamber, and it's already gone.
Also, he found out that this chamber needed to be built through deciphering the thing, right?
Yeah.
So who built this, and how fast they built this?
Well, they do account for that. They say earlier in the film that that it was built years ago and it was forgotten by the purebloods,
which is so stupid. How the fuck would they forget this place?
Yeah.
And and that's basically how do we feel on the death of Deacon Frost? Basically,
it feels a little weird. I get it makes sense because you did have like the whole hematologist scene and like that we have this anticoagulant all that stuff. But it just, of all the things to take down a god, some like, anticoagulant that man-made stuff just seems a little weird. I guess it's better. The alternative was that they wanted him to lose the fight originally, so they kind of had to come up with something on the fly. He was supposed to not be able
to lose the fight.
Yeah, they originally Blade was supposed to lose. And the like second and third film were going to be very like reminiscent of like what's the Will Smith movie that was the remake of the older movie with the vampires. I Am Legend. Like where it's like him kind of like in a world that's all vampires kind of thing.
Yeah.
So but they didn't go that route, so
that could have actually worked really well though, because I mean, if you read the I Am Legend book series, like it's pretty interesting to see where the story goes. Well, I'll not talk about it. I'll just go on a tangent on I Am Legend.
But let's go in reverse this time, since we usually we did. So let's go. Mega, you go next on the death of Deacon.
Well, what can you say? You exploded. What else can you say?
Either the death of Deacon or Deacon as a character in general.
Deacon as a character was I think he was a good in the world of comic book villains. I think he was okay. He wasn't the greatest villain of all time, but he was effective, and he could throw that kid really far. So I don't know. I mean, what can you say about him? He's fine. I think the actor is really good, and I actually think the whole film is really good, even though it has huge plot holes in there. There's nothing I can say about him that you guys are going to say anyway. So
I was really hoping that you hated his death, and you were going to say that.
No. Look. Do you know what? His death was silly, but I understand why they did it, because it was a reshoot, wasn't it? So they wanted. Yeah. I don't understand why they wanted Blade to lose, and I don't know what the original ending was, but you can see everything was rushed when you watch this. You can see it. So it is what it is. There's no point in wishing what could have been. I think so. I mean, I don't. As I said, the effect. All I can say to please Dark Hour is to say that the effects were shit. How's about
Thank
that?
you. I'm waiting for it. That's you know what it is. You just pulled like it was like a concert. Like I'm not pulling out the good song until the end. That's what I will say.
Oh dear.
So I guess Lance next.
The effects for that shot, like my teeth, have not aged well. I think the shot was supposed to represent. This was my take on it at the time, when it contorts into all those different faces, because I think it was supposed to represent the faces of all the different people he drained blood from briefly. Which I've seen in deaths of other kind of monsters that have that same kind of
Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like the T-1000 in T2, when he goes through all the phases.
Yeah, so I think it was supposed to do that. In terms of Deacon as a villain, I like him apart from his trait of, so Mr. Bond, I mean Mr. Blade, let me show you around my secret base and tell you my plan before I decide to kill you in extravagant fashion. So he kind of suffered a bit of that, but I like Stephen Dorff as an actor. I like the film. It's still one of my. If I had to make a top 5 vampire movies list, this would probably be number 3 or 4 in that list, maybe, or close to the top for sure. Still like it as a movie. I think it's great.
Golden.
I think his death was very good in the sense that usually when you have a big like a boss battle, as it were, and you have the head of a group or the head villain dying, they always make the death unique and separate from the others. When I think if they were to do that, it would separate the character too much from the rest of the vampires and sort of make him more important than he actually should be. But as a character, itself, throughout the movie, I think he did a good job of blending the because he's supposed to be the in-between between the humans and the pureblood vampires, and he's halfway in between, and that's what drives him, and that's his motivation throughout the movie. And him sort of being like the rest of the vampires in the sense that they are reckless, they're crazy, and he sort of emotes that through his sort of cockiness. And then you have the other vampires, the other purebloods like with the council that are all highly dressed in suits, and they're sort of these sort of vacant vessels, and he's sort of the antithesis of that. So I think he did a great job in making himself unique amongst the vampires, and he, you know, it's not a character that you're going to forget. Whenever you think of this movie, you're going to think of Blade, but also you're going to think of him as well.
That's true.
The only way, like, so before we get to Z's, the only thing that I think that they could have done to kind of improve the usage of the anticoagulant is maybe have it work, because like they already cut his hand off and it grew back. Like maybe had he used it and then the hand didn't grow back, then he realizes, oh, I can use a lot of it, kind of thing. That's one thing that I thought of. But Z, what is your opinion of the way it all ends with?
Well, Frost as a character, he was menacing, threatening, dangerous, and everything you wanted from a comic book movie villain. But it was like they ran out of money in the last 20 minutes. You know, I was not a fan of his death. I expected it to be more grandiose than it was. So the ending just felt a bit of an anticlimax.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with you.
Yeah. It just, it didn't seem like there was enough. Like it's weird to say this because they set it up already with the explosion of the blood earlier, and it is a blood god. So like, if there's one thing that it just seems so strange to me that it's this really kind of MacGuffin-y kind of death that they go with.
The ancient blood god that can basically turn anything and anyone walking in front of it into vampires is defeated by modern science. Who would have guessed?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it. So that's kind of where, like, number 1 and number 2 separates for me a little bit. I feel like two just kind of like doesn't have, and it's because of the free shoots and stuff. It doesn't have this kind of screeching halt feel. It doesn't have this like kind of jarring, like clearly slapdash story toward the end. And that's kind of where number 2 is outranks number 1 a little bit for me. They're very close. I'm not saying like 2 is like by far like way better. It's just the few problems that we point out with this one were ironed out by the second one.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Anybody else have an opinion on that?
I mean, not for me. Deacon Frost's death. I liked him as a villain. I liked Stephen Dorff's performance. I think that he brought a lot to the role and to the character. I mean, and yeah, I echo basically what you guys said before. His death just feels like it just happens. There we go. That's it. And then it's the end. And even the way that the film ends, because right after this is just one scene on the rooftop with the Blade talking to Karen, and then even that's how her character arc ends basically too, which I don't know. It feels very rushed in the last 5 minutes. Although, you know, overall I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has like a weird kind of like, yeah, with movies like this a lot of time that have that kind of ending that was clearly not the original. You kind of have a love it, hate it, in between kind of way. And I do feel like it could have been significantly better ended. But as an overall movie, I still thoroughly enjoyed it watching it 10 years after the last time I watched it.
For sure. And then so basically we've got the end of Karen's character over here. Do you guys have any quick general thoughts on Karen that you guys want to raise that we haven't already before?
Or anything we may have missed, like if there was a point you wanted to make that like it just kind of got like swept under or something. I've never had to manage 6 people in a stream before. It's kind of interesting. So.
Can I just bring up Deacon Frost's plan?
Sure, of course.
Yeah. He was going to release the blood god, which would turn everybody into vampires, the whole planet.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Who would they eat?
Themselves.
Yeah, that's a good
they
point.
Will die.
They would be the instrument of their own extinction if Frost had completed his plan.
That's actually
He's
true.
an idiot.
It is a pretty fucking stupid plan.
It is.
Oh man,
that's the mic drop right there. Z ended the whole thing. He's like, the whole thing would have been pointless.
The whole thing's bullshit, man.
In conclusion, Deacon Frost is a dumbass. Boom. There we go.
Well, we all knew that.
Yeah, we did. I mean, Yeah.
Oh yeah,
so
of course the Moscow scene.
yeah, this will be over quick. So we've got the Moscow scene, and then vampire. And the reason why they're about to enter a club or something that has the vampire sign in front of it, you know, the glyphs.
Yeah.
Then man, this is such a cool shot.
He doesn't even look at him.
Yeah.
He's not even looking at him. He's so funny.
And let me just play the clip.
Zastane vo vremia. Tovarish.
The only thing that could have made that scene cooler is if they did some sort of like cutting like tear that opened up the credits. I think that would have been cool.
If they cut to a shot of Putin, that would have been pretty cool.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Blade. It took just over 4 hours.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, had we not had to stretch the first minute out for a half hour, this would have been about
yeah, whose fault was that? Whose fault was that?
I don't know.
I just had to sit there and be like, yeah, Tracy Lords had an interesting career that started at a young age.
Oh, man.
He must have been really hot in that gear.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
I would
I
assume
think
it's
so.
all leather. He's basically covered head to toe except for his face. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Well, do you guys know at which period of the year they shot it at? Because maybe if it was wintertime or autumn, it could have been better.
I'm assuming that on the sets it had to, I mean, obviously not cold enough where you could see breath, but like they had to have been keeping it at a pretty low temperature for him to not be visibly sweating all the time.
Yeah, they'd probably just cut in between takes every like 30 seconds. Just say, assistant, we need you to wipe the sweat off Mr. Snipes' forehead, please. Thank you. Yeah. And so that was Blade, guys.
Anybody have any closing thoughts before we wrap up the stream?
Yeah, they cut Stanley's cameo out of this.
Yes, yeah. He was a cop or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, he was supposed to be a cop when they ended the nightclub scene, but that got cut from the movie.
Yeah, so this would have actually been his first cameo. Well, his second cameo if you don't count Mallrats.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it would have been cool to have him, in the first proper movie that launched Marvel back, because at this point, what was Marvel doing? Marvel was making, I don't know if it was even theater releases, but most of them were like straight to like home video, I think.
At this point, Marvel was trying to save themselves and selling off their properties.
Well, at this point, they had huge success with the cartoons, X-Men, Spider-Man.
Yes,
I can't remember the other ones they had, but the cartoons were doing really well.
Those two were very successful. The rest of them were all failures.
Yeah, but yeah, what is it? Punisher. They did Punisher, did they?
They
not?
did Incredible Hulk cartoon, an Avengers cartoon, and Iron Man, but none of those lasted more than 2 seasons. Some of them only made 1.
Yeah, Marvel was basically losing to DC at this point because DC had Batman. But I mean, DC was probably going through that rough patch with Batman and Robin that was released a year before.
But they say that this was the one that started off, the Marvel thing, but I don't think it was. I think it was the Incredible Hulk that did it. Incredible Hulk wasn't a success, but it was officially the first, the Marvel opening up the Marvel universe, and then Iron Man. So
the Incredible Hulk was
after Iron Man came before Incredible Hulk. They were released within a month of each other.
Yeah, but Incredible Hulk was the first one being made though. I think. Yeah, so it was the first one being shot. So I don't know. I just think it's really bit crappy to say this is the one that kicked off the Marvel thing.
I mean, really,
it was Ang Lee's Hulk. Listen, it was Ang Lee's Hulk.
No, that was rubbish.
Super, it was this X-Men and Spider-Man all coming out in subsequent years.
Yeah, but
really showed that it could work.
What I'm saying is that the Marvel universe that we know today didn't include the Sam Raimi Spider-Man or the ones you just mentioned just now. Really, it was Iron Man and the Incredible Hulk that started it off. Really, they just say this because it's part of it was in Marvel Comics. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
To answer Vimo Reigns, if you mean the movie who made it, it was also New Line Cinema, I believe. If you mean what company made the character, it was Image and Todd McFarlane.
Yeah, Todd's a brilliant artist.
Oh yeah,
fantastic.
He actually hates drawing backgrounds. It's one of the reasons why Spawn has such a big cape. He can fill the background with his cape in a lot of scenes. So.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah.
Isn't he doing toys now?
Well, he's always he's had a toy line forever. The McFarlane toy line is one of the most profitable toy lines in terms of collectability there is.
I used to have a Spider-Man costume that he drew. Spider-Man, sorry, not costume, T-shirt.
Yeah,
and his art was I wore that shirt out until it got ruined in the wash.
Is it like the Spider-Man one, like him in the iconic like spider web?
Yes,
picture? Yeah, one. I have like three of those different variations. A couple of them signed by McFarlane.
I love that guy.
But yeah, so if anybody has anything else,
I've got a comment I want to make. I think it's a big shame that Nabuche Wright essentially dropped out of acting, and I've been wondering why that was. And I mean, I'm speculating here. It's kind of a way of passing on condolences as well. But she lost both of her parents in a very short space of time. But her father was murdered, and the body was hidden in a trunk that was found in the basement. And he was a very famous New York jazz musician who used to teach kids for $10 a session. So somebody murdered him and stole his car and left the body in the basement of a building in Brooklyn. It wasn't found for a couple of weeks, and I don't think the murder's ever been solved. So I can't even begin to imagine what kind of impact that would have had on her. So I'm not surprised that she's not still acting, because of course that can be quite emotionally draining, and you have to channel all sorts of things. But it's a real shame. I think she was a really talented actress, and she got to show that in Blade, which is one of her biggest roles. Dead Presidents would be another one. It was I just read about that just now, and just again, she's not likely to see this, but to offer my condolences, and that's awful.
What are you talking about? She's watching. She's in the crowd.
Yeah, well, biggest fan of the channel, of course. After this stream, but also to compliment her on her acting in the film, I think she was really good.
After going through the original, are any of you looking forward to the 2025 reboot?
I mentioned that at the beginning.
No,
absolutely not. I think I don't think Disney can do this character any justice.
Listen, I think that Mahershala Ali is good casting, but he's too old to play Blade.
But because they're not going to make it an R, and it's not going to be really violent like the first one or the second one. It's not going to be horrific like the second one. Yes, I'm saying. So, what is the point? You're stripping it of what Blade is naturally is. You're stripping it of that. So, what is the point? There's no point.
It does have a really good director attached to it, who directed the movie 71, Yann Demarge, but whether that will make the difference or not, because it's not like he's going to have a lot of creative control over the script, the content, and the final edit.
He's going to do it for the money.
Exactly. We'll see. I'll pass judgment after I've seen it. I will watch it. But
I mean, even if Disney came to me and said, "Oh, direct a Blade movie, but this is the script," and they gave me a check, and I was like, "Whoa, I'll do it." You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, you would.
Of course you would, but the thing is, though, you got to think of it this way: if you're a professional director and somebody offers you, and the check is big, you just give them what they want. Do you know what I mean? That's your job, to give the producers what they want.
You're not an auteur when you direct for Marvel. You're part of a machine at the end of the day.
Exactly.
And it's a payday, and you're not even there for half of the shooting, which is all done on second unit or in post.
But the best thing to do is take the job, take the money, and then use that money to make something better.
Exactly. Do the indie thing that you want to make.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yep. I don't think we can really top it. I think that's a great ending point right there, actually, unless somebody got something else.
Just thanks for having me on the stream, man. I've had a really good time, and great to meet all of you guys, many for the first time. Just really thankful for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for being on. Thank all of you guys for being on. It was good. 6 people was not the original intended number, but I think we made it work pretty well. So I'm gonna try this timing thing with this outro.
Wait.
Dude, you got to like do a round on. Hey, what you got coming up, guys?
Hey,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's been.
I thought that was the deal for coming on, that we got to plug shit. Wasn't that the deal? Let me check my contract. Hang on a second.
I forgot about that. Yeah, actually, let's do that. I'm sorry.
So Lance, let's start with you.
Well, I'm on a couple of streams in the next 3 days. I've got my gaming niche Lone Wolf stream tomorrow night, which is a choose your own adventure book series that I used to play in the 80s. I'm playing the entire series online with the blessing of the people who created it. Then we're doing a stream about the films of Michael Mann on Tuesday. We've got to pick our top 3 Michael Mann films, which is not easy, although I'm fairly confident that Heat's going to be number 1 with everyone. And then I'm interviewing Nuno Sedanas, who's a brilliant film poster designer, on Wednesday. So that's going to be an interesting stream because he's done posters for all of his favorite movies, but his own versions. And I've got to tell you that 75% of them are better than the posters for the originals. So yeah, he should be an interesting guest. That's what I got coming up.
Nice. Well, be sure to subscribe to Lance's channel, The Outcast Creative. He does amazing content over there, especially, the insights on filmmaking and everything. He always has great guests of the industry. So, yeah, he's really worth your time.
I got a B-movie actor that's been in loads of films that Ian will remember. Lot of straight-to-video stuff. I'm in email correspondence with him. I'm just waiting for a yes. So I can't say who it is. I don't want to curse it, but if I get him on, that's going to be a lot of fun.
Ooh.
So just waiting for him to say yes and come on the stream. It'd be great if he does.
Awesome.
Huge fan of his. So
absolutely looking forward to it. Mega Geek, what about you? What have you got coming up? There we go.
Well, I think I'm on Dark Hours stream next week with the drinker. Oh no, wait a moment, I'm not.
Yeah, I thought I was on that Dark Hour. What's going on?
He gets exclusive rights. Okay,
I see. Okay,
when you're literally the person who the channel exists because of, you get to make all the shots. So
I see.
So we're getting paid, right?
yeah, exactly. So everybody knows that I've got a channel called Rebecca Gold, and it's got my web series on there, award-winning web series, I might add. And I'm making season 2 at the moment, shooting that stuff. It's really hard. Blah blah blah. I'm usually on Brown's channel and on the Doctor Who channel, which is Type 40 on Thursdays, which is coming back next week, Thursday, I think. But tune into Rebecca Gold season 1. Making season 2 at the moment with a different actress. Yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
What happened to the first actress?
She left. It's difficult because basically nobody was getting paid. So she I think she grew up basically and got a boyfriend and a mortgage. So she's
so inconsiderate, man.
Exactly.
Terrible.
But we got a new actress and she's really good. So we're just making it. We're shooting stuff around them because obviously I'm not paying them, so I have to work around the actors. It's so it's difficult, but hopefully it'll be finished by the middle of next year. But it seems to be going okay so far.
Yeah, I've seen the progress pics on Instagram. I follow you guys on Insta. It's looking good.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's difficult as people know when they make films. It's really difficult to hold on to. 2 actors dropped out recently. And I have to try and replace them now, trying to find actors and stuff like that. And then I've got multiple DPs working on it as well, which is a pain in the ass, especially when you're doing pickups and all that. So I am paying certain people, but other people I'm not. So I've got to balance it out. But a lot of people say, well, why don't you pay them? It's because I ain't got the freaking money to pay them. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, I give them experience, they get experience, they help me. It's a collaborative thing, you know what I mean? So,
but when it comes to for example, you said that some actors drop out. Like, isn't it difficult in terms of continuity after that?
Yeah. So there's a character in season 2 where an actor's playing and he dropped out. So what I did was I made sure that because that character's in the 7-minute prologue. So what I did is make sure he still exists in the script, but there's another character that takes on that section in the script. So that's how I dealt with that. Yeah, that's how I dealt with it.
Good fix.
Yeah. Thank you for listening. Subscribe and click and my channel. There you go.
I guess Golden goes next.
Well, I've had an absolute blast doing this with you guys. It's been very fun to revisit Blade, but everyone in the chat, they can go check me out on my YouTube channel of the same name, Golden Age Geek. I've been pretty consistent with my daily uploads, providing commentary on all news, pop culture. So yeah, check me out over there. And once again, thank you guys for having me.
No, you're welcome, man. Always a pleasure, man.
Thank you for coming back on the second time.
Let me just
For
look you
sure.
guys up so I can subscribe.
And,
all the links are in the description below.
And Z, what does Uncle Owen have you doing?
Well, we currently have an end of week roundup tomorrow, and then we've got episode 2 of Ahsoka trashing on Tuesday, and Ahsoka episode 3 on Wednesday. So you can find all that on the Mr. Brown Alliance channel.
Those are fantastic, by the way. I haven't watched the first Ahsoka one yet, but I watched every one of the ones when you guys were doing Mandalorian, and like they're just those are better than the show ever could be.
It's a terrible, terrible series.
I was way
It's not
too
hard.
generous in my gut reaction of that show. I need to do a second review.
It's
Shouldn't
not
watch it
hard.
at 4 a.m. That's the problem. Not a
Well,
good
yeah,
time to be objective watching a show at 4 a.m.
Oh yeah.
I
They did release it late when it came to like British time, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that,
it would've been like
I
five-
watched
it would-
it.
it would've
I
been like
watched it
2 in the
soon as it was
morning, yeah.
live. As soon as it was
Oh
live,
my
I stuck them
God.
both on.
Oh man.
Yeah, so I stayed up for it, especially. But I think I'm going to watch it more. I watched it again later after I'd done my gut reaction video, and I was like, "Hang on, I missed about 50 plot holes in this." So,
Plot holes.
Oh yeah.
Go.
I guess that leaves us then uninspired. You want to go?
Well, yeah, sure. Well, it's your channel, so I'll go first. I'm technically a guest too, you know.
We basically share channels.
It's true. And so yeah, Uninspired Reviewer, we're hosting Drinker next week on the next episode of the Uninspired Hour or so with Dark Hour. We're going to be covering Total Recall. And personally, for me, in terms of live streams, I will be on with True Pop Culture 7 tomorrow night at, I think, 11 p.m. UK time or midnight UK time. It's not sure yet, but I will post it on Twitter. And I will also be with Stupenzo on Monday at 12 p.m. CST, and we're just going to be discussing some, just random topics and stuff. It's going to be a bunch of fun. And for me, in terms of making videos, I will have a video up by Thursday, which will be on Barbie. After that, I will have my Talk to Me review, which will be up after the Drinker stream. So yeah, look forward to that. And sadly, Dune 2 got delayed, which
that's
was in my
annoying.
calendar. Yeah, it's pretty annoying, but yeah, looking forward to what I have to offer in the next couple of weeks. And yeah, I'm glad to be doing the stream next week too with Drinker. And thanks to all our guests for coming through. You guys are always awesome.
No worries.
Especially talking about Blade. Blade was super fun. I mean, we've been going on for 4.5 hours, so I should keep my ramblings to a minimum right now. But yes, so Dark Hour, back to you.
Well, you summed up a lot of what was going on with the with two hosts, as we like to call it around here. But the only thing I have going on, I'm finishing up my part 1 of my Why Ray Sucks video essay series. And then which should be anywhere from 3 to 5 parts, depending on how long I feel like talking about it. And but yeah, other than that, I'm not scheduled for any other live streams other than this one for a little while. So yeah, that's what I got.
Could the catchphrase for that review be "to infinity and beyond"? It feels like it could go on a long time, and rightly so, because there's a lot to say when it comes to things that are wrong with Ray.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could probably do. So I'm trying to keep it in like digestible amounts,
bite size.
Yeah, but like 10 to 15 minutes. I'll probably do a full like mega cut at the end, like whether it be like an hour and a half or whatever. But it depends how much I can physically, I can like put my mind through on it. But it's basically done. I'm putting the final touches on it this weekend. So when I release it, I haven't decided yet. I'm going to probably try and coincide it with the next live stream, just to kind of, have it all tie together. But yeah, that's pretty much what I got going on. And
And yeah, thank you to the chat. You guys are always
Yes.
awesome.
Yeah,
Always thank you to the chat.
Yes,
And,
thank you, man. Appreciate everyone.
And I'm like, I want to try to figure out this outro timing because last time we screwed up. So let's see if I can time this right.
I fucked up the outro last time. Yes,
I'm like really like focused on trying to figure this. So let's see if it works.
For sure.